Anyways, well, plan this month is to stream twice a week, but we'll find out and see if I can stick to it. All right. Now, that's at least my plan. Barring hells, barring other things, barring schedules, barring just weird things that don't come up. Whatever. Now, my plan has always been this year to catch up to 7.0. I want to catch up and play Sneznight because I've played this game since the beginning of the game. First region I ever wanted to explore was eventually Sneznight. Now that we know it's finally coming, which it probably should have come last version, but look, Genshin is taking the really slow burn that HI3 should have taken because Snezhnaya is not the end. It's not the end that everyone says it's going to be. Conria is the end. Conria will be the final chapter of Genshin. That's when you know they're going to be right at the end where HI3 was. HI3, we all knew the end arc was going to be around 5.0 or 6 because they speed run. It's based on Neon Genesis Evangelion. So, Auto Apocalypse, not Luchao from HSR. Well, that's reference because a lot of characters carry over. We knew once they got to the Imaginary and explained the will of the Honkai, the story was over. Now, most people are all thinking Snezhnaya is going to be the end. I don't think so. Conria is the end. Now, the fact alone they finally got the story correct, okay? We know they finally figured out the story. Now, me personally, I play this game to explore and collect. I was never... See, most of my games about a version and a half behind, usually, Archon quest-wise. Character lineups are not so much. My character lineups are pretty much where they need to be. Barring give or take a banner or two that doesn't entirely screw me over. Current banner's eating me alive. So, I missed Flynn's the first time, but I also slept on Flynn's. Look, one of my prior streams I did on this. I don't want to talk about, look. Lunar and Hexenroll are failures. Alright? You can say what you want. Lunar and Hexenroll teams, whoever came up with Hexenroll or Hexenroll, they don't work. Nicole was a trap. Varka was a trap. It doesn't work. You forget the robots, it's Electro that everyone likes. I don't dislike. Half the characters released at 6.0 have been ass. I'm not saying they're going to age as badly as the Natlan characters or Simaru. But here's the thing. Columbina will only be, while everyone will want her, she's only going to be linked to Lunar. Lunar is going to either... I have a whole complaint about Lunar teams. Because... And this has been actually a problem with this particular right here. Is the first two are Lunar reactions. same thing happened with. The same thing actually happened when Natlan was introduced. Now, Natlan's story, by the way, the only reason I've never been eager to start it is because I know how it ends. It is the dumbest ending ever. Because Natlan, for all its controversy, that no one ever understands why Natlan's a bad story, Natlan's not a bad story. It's just the progressives tried to. There's a whole spiel on it. But we have Sandrone, which gets released right before 7.0. We also know the 7.0 lineups. We don't know how they're going to work out, but we know what the mechanic is. Okay? We know it's Stellar Conduit. Stellar Conduit is the Overload Melt teams that are Cryo and Pyro. It's nice to see Yae Miko get love. Finally. It's been 2 years. Now only can you get Ayaka Kamisato and all the people who pulled for Eula back in the day thinking she was going to be good. The trick is, we look at the units coming up. 7.0 is going to be Vestroya. Oh, yeah, that's her name. Sorry if I butcher it. Vestroya. So one of those. Probably followed by Palome, who is dying, who's one of the other Fatui Harbingers. Sandrone arguably is the best designed character of the year. But, realistically, her being released right before a patch is not unusual. Because ZZZ's done it. Usually any unit released right before a patch is doomed. Even if it's good. But it's also released in the worst patch ever with the worst patch of resources. Especially if you're similar to me right now. I'm basically already going to be 7 runs deep into a rerun, into a 50-50. Which sucks, by the way. But then again, I pulled Zabai right around teens, which sucked, by the way. Don't talk about that. Now, the interesting part is it came close. Now, I like my Harbingers. She's actually good. Like this particular lineup right here was designed with her in. The problem is they also stuck her, Sidolali, and they stuck Yae Miko in a rerun. Boy, fuck. You know what? Don't have Yae Miko, you might want to pull her. Because her weapon is almost mythical. It's like if you don't have Ayaka Kamisato's weapon right now, you're fucked for years. Because Ayaka Kamisato's weapon? Miss Cutter? Yeah. It's the only way to get it. And why would you do that? I've never liked this in Genshin. I tolerate it in other games, but I don't tolerate it. And I'm not going to say it because Flynn's banner for me went very deep as well in the rerun earlier this year. Like, that's not a bad one. Like, that one's not terrible. %60%, huh? You ever wonder, particularly... Now, it does put a spotlight back on, uh, like, yay, Miko has always been good. But, look, the problem with her is everyone forgets she exists. See, Lene and Zabai both earned their keep. Then again, this game is also in more of a need of a rework than anything ever. The fact alone we don't have a... See, the fact Skirk, people sleep on her. Skirk is very powerful unto herself. Which is funny that... Then again, Natlan only had one lineup that survived. One lineup. Everywhere outside of that lineup never lived. The problem is, everyone in that lineup was the Night Soul lineup. I think the only shit that's going to survive Lunar is actually going to be the EM units. That's what's going to really screw up lineups. See, like the last year, I've been trying to work on this and get this guy up. But dear God, shit never happens. Like fire? Oh, I'm perfectly set on it. Now, I will say what's annoying about... So, what's one of the worst combinations currently, and this is going to sound weird, is... Look, Lunar, I have to get this out of my system. Look, as much as lore-wise, I like Song of Wilkin Moon. It's interesting in a lore aspect, but I feel it's out of place. I know the story. I mean, well, granted, it's a fresh reader. Uh, but look, that's not the problem. I keep getting reminded I need to... I keep getting the reminder that I actually need to redo her gear. She's very glass cannony. So, she's extremely glass cannon. See, you know, the interesting part is, the reason why most people have Quay Quay is because of the 50-50 losses. If it weren't for all the 50-50 losses, I don't think people would have Quay Quay. But personally, her buff is actually really good. The problem is I'm that deep into a thing. I really, really need to level her. But I gotta redo her gear at some point. Every time I catch up on the meta on her, feel behind. She can't be healed. Because the problem with half of it is Hex. Look, I passed on Hex. Hex teams are a good concept, but I don't think they're gonna work down the line. Wait, huh? I'm gonna try this once. The fact alone, I'm actually in that deep into. Now, the interesting part is. Don't let my character level slow you. I overspec. I just like to live. But there is also the issue with Sandrone. There's an issue with her where she is a main field damage, but she can also be offside. When I play other games, I wind up screwing up my rotations here. A lot of times. Because when I do it...
Sacred name, fortune preserver.
idea. There's something here. I was correct. I was correct. God, that is a dumb layout. That is a stupid layout. That is a... That's a very See, one thing I've always hated in at least Genshin, and the fact is when something is flat immune, you can't do damage. You can get over with a couple of things, but you can't get it. Right call, right call, right call. Barrier or a healer? I need a barrier or a healer. Quickly, ain't gonna do it. Yes, and the answer is Bennett. I will die 10,000 deaths before I use Bennett. I hate Bennett. Always have. See, the good part is you can use other characters. Strangely enough, I now have my first C6. I got my first C6, by the way. Which is kind of fucked. Because all my luck went to getting her, apparently. Which was not intentional. It just happened. By the way, I was watching somebody. They said she basically is a reskinned Charlotte. Super formed. I have to refresh myself with mechanics. When super form dealing AoE will also deal because even without normal lunar, it is powerful. Nearby activate to increase continuous healing. That could be. Might work. What's funny about Jean? Jean has always been the pocket healer of everybody. All over the years. She's always a pocket healer. So, excuse me. Look at the side of my system, because at least drives myself to brink a little bit. But yeah. See, the problem with, again, a lot of it is just your others. Never been a big fan of units that require, I've never been a big fan of on-field. Genshin was the first major game they ever did that always had the belief of it.
Rise with the sun. Try and stop me.
Again, they also, we know the Tsaritsa is.
You asked for it. A gift from the land of the young. Turning point. Retribution. Look alive.
My line... Yeah, my lineups are incredibly old. Like half of them. That's the one good thing about a lot.
They're dead meat. Story has only just begun. Light of the blazing sun.
I'm gonna change that lineup.
Covenant of the deep.
I gotta change that lineup.
Let the mountain's veins boil. Burn it down. You two.
See, they need to get the combat switches incorrect, because that's one of the biggest issues. One of the things they need to add as the game goes on, they need to basically make combat smoother. That's one thing they need to do. They've gotten subtly better at it with certain stuff, but the problem still remains. It's not as fluid as it should be. There's ways to do it.
Get to work. Lolene, eat Papa. Wrath from the sky. Rev the end.
Now, usually the problem with Natlan units is they're usually reduxes of a lot of other units. But the thing is, Citadel wasn't. What the fuck? What is he?
Light it up. Pyroclastic surge. Hold the line. Billowing surge.
See, this is why Stellar Conduit is probably going to be a really good mechanic. See, Stellar Conduit is nothing but melt heat. Nothing but overload heat.
Light of the blazing sun.
That team has never really found something that is direly bad. I hate to say it, the answer is probably Bennett. She's one of the few units I only ever care.
Turning point in space. Burn.
I bet I stripped him a gear. That is bad. I stripped him a gear at some point.
Retribution. Stop that. Look alive. Stay away from me. Thunder. Gloves off.
I lose more characters than switching.
From the land beyond.
Damn it, there's another one. Look, the fact alone this works is worth it. The fact Durin has to be designed.
But my future.
Yeah, fuck it. Do you know half the lunar units have to be designed as glass cannons? See, that is one design that I despise about the current. No one ever talks about in design that just because a unit is EM, they're designed in such a way. EM is elemental mastery, which used to drive a lot of the melt teams and everything else. They are designed at their core to be operated at nothing but EM gear. Now, this is probably a design flaw in general by Genshin. It turns them into glass cannons. But I digress. Oh, but then again, teams are not the greatest right now, by the way. Teams have been in flux for the last 2 years. Anyways, but I'll be right back. And I'll be right back. Because that is where I am at. Because my problem is... See, I don't mind Natlan, but melt teams need work, okay? There's something very bad in design. Talk about this. Melt teams. I will say Genshin is one of the few. Like, usually it's a good explore game. The fun fact about in the year, like, I've explored, like, now, if you take into account only about 4 characters are going to survive Lunar. That's the sad actual fact of the. I get this out of the way. Because if you don't understand meta, alright? A lot of people sing praises of character, but they don't understand. There's two approaches to characters. Hello, how are you? I don't know the language, but good. Thank you for watching you. People do not understand characters. Lunar is going to survive by only 3 characters. About 3. The lineup that's gonna survive Lunar. Okay. Let me say this. Yeah. Oh, look. Yeah. Yeah, no one follows the meta anymore. The meta makes zero sense. Because here's the problem actually with current Genshin. The fun fact about Luna. You can probably confirm this as well. No one asked for this thing. Alright? No one asked for this. Except for. I have no idea. Who said Klee needed a sister? I don't even want to go into that. He got released, by the way. I'm not saying he's a bad character. Fine. They were billing him as a top damage DPS. He is, if you do not, got Shuhei. Sorry I butchered that name. Which I have been in search of her for 4 years. 4 years I've been in search of her. Of Shiki. Since her debut. Which she ultimately is still a good character, but she doesn't pop up. See, if lineups going forward, right? These three are the only thing that survive Natlan. These. I didn't need her because I already got the water dragon. We don't talk about Bond of Light. Yes, this is true. I guess most people do. What's funny is she has a stellar conduit interaction. They didn't tell people this. She actually has a stellar conduit in that interaction. Which I find funny. She's a free-to-play unit at this point. Here's what's fucked up. Everybody in Natlan loves this one. I swear to God. If you like this character, you're into fat women, and you're a furry. There is nothing about this character than Natlan that made me want to pull her. But I'm also the person who hates Bennett. I've hated Bennett for years. Now, I passed on her in Lunar, which was a mistake. This was a mistake. But that might be rectified down the road if I ever have to pull her. Oh, yeah. Look, I respect the alloy main. Look, I respect that. It's like Nefer. Nefer, by the way. See, what's funny is I saw a person complain about character designs. Nefer is the character that I don't know why she was released in Lunar. I have no idea. Because her aesthetic is clearly Semeru. Then again, let's be clear. Let's be clear. I remember the time in Fontaine, we got her. But she got her time, she has her time to shine in Geo lineups. Which is currently this one, that one. You use her if you can't use Xialin. If you cannot use Xialin, right here. she still is good. But the problem in current is Nicole was a trap. All Hex teams are a trap. Because I swear, if they just made this man have elemental reactions, he would have been a top tier unit of the year. He doesn't. It's one of the core problems with him. We had 3 trap characters this year, if not 4. By trap characters, I mean characters which are going to go 0 to nowhere. The only reason Durin has any future is because he's fire elemental reaction. That's it. She is going to age really well because of her is Stellar Conduit. Because of the cryo electro interaction. And actually, the fun fact I hate is stupid that I called it. They were going to release her right before 7.0. She actually has the best animations, character design in all of Wilkin. That's what's funny. Then again, we're HSR, we're about to get Himiko Nova, which has a Gundam. She's also Himiko. Now, give or take. But Stellar Conduit is actually going to buff every unit that is cryo and electro, which is the reason why the current banner, which is totally screwed, by the way, has Citalali, but she gets rerun 3 times a year. Right? No one asked for the rerun of her in the main banner that's free. No one asked for the rerun of him. Because he's aged so badly, no one will ever use him. Ian Wilson gets used occasionally. Never found a meta for him. Quay has always been good. Problem is, she never had a lineup. All of these get runs, but let's be clear. Her premium lineups are basically. See, the thing about her premium lineup, she's a shielder. The thing about Sandrone. Now, I'm glad Sandrone wasn't released as a lunar unit. Thank God. Because if she was released as a actual lunar unit, she would suffer the fate of the year. She would suffer the fate of. Of course, I'm going to play her wrong. She does have something attached to her. She has an advanced playstyle that if you know how to do it. Like, I wouldn't run her as. See, what I like about her is not only is she part of the melt teams, her design, I'm glad they didn't make her Earth. She was going to be Geo. The fact alone, it's not that Yay Miko. Here's a part about Yay Miko.
Right now.
Now, if you ever figure out how to actually use her, most people only picked her up right around the meta of Raiden Shogun. Now, what people forget about her is her elemental skill
Emerge.
is a
Right now.
dodge.
Emerge.
That's also an off-the-field DPS. The funny thing about Quei, under the current Stellar Conduit, is that gets 100% to cooldown. Which I've always complained that that thing had a too high of a cooldown. Which is interesting.
1, 2, breathe. 3.
That is the ice healing. Now, here's the part that gets interesting about Centrone.
How tiresome. Life goes on. Nothing
Now,
else
this I
to
don't want the
do.
lineup for her.
Right here.
I have a dream lineup
Opening box.
for Sandrone.
Swirl. What a joke. Emerge.
The dream lineup for Sandrone is probably not the most optimal.
Sacred name. Fortune preserver.
That is the Tsaritsa, her, and Raiden Shogun.
Let's test my hypothesis.
Probably.
Ha! A sight to behold. Opening box.
Here's the thing. We don't know what the Tsaritsa's kit is. All we know is Tsaritsa is going to pop out right around probably 7 point. They say 7.2, 7.3. I don't think it's gonna be 7. If we get if we get the Tsaritsa at 7.3, I'll be shocked.
Right now. Emerge.
Problem is, you need another conduit. You don't use sick ruse.
Sacred name. Fortune preserver. Yeah.
You don't use sick ruse. Sick ruse doesn't make sense with this. Sick ruse throws that lineup off. If they say sick ruse is recommended, it shouldn't be the case. It would be another effect that actually causes electro. Which would be another person who creates floor effects. Here nor there. This is the fate of probably, I say... by the way, I am not going to bring up... Look. I think I've done this tutorial with her. But I largely use her. See, okay. She has the best mobility of almost all of Natlan, by the way. Which people have often forgot that she does. But her initial lineup is initially made Ignore that. Fucking around. I shouldn't be. The beautiful part about her is that initial jump that she has with her Night Soul ability. She makes a lot of mobility. So, though she is initially a universal all-around unit, she's good by herself. She has stood the test of time. But you can also use her in Sandrone APs. Now, reality says... God. I forgot this character existed. Ignore me. I'm not used to it. I have my own lineups. Who uses that character? Nobody. Considering she was designed for pyro overloads, she was designed to deal with, she's pyro overload. That's actually her future, her whole thing. Which this doesn't demonstrate. Her whole lineup is meant to work with pyro overload. Now, when she first came out, she was right behind. She was the same banner, which was 5.4, if I remember. Which was the Simber banner. Like, the Simber banners are always unique, okay? Bear in mind. By the way, a lot of people forgot they hated, look, post-retrospect of Natlan in general is they hated, like, honestly, there's a section of female fandom that hates the girly girls that popped out of Natlan. Now, arguably, the interesting part, what happened with Natlan, actually is everybody hated, and I mean they hated, to this day, both Farina and actually Wolvik. I don't know who's hated worse, Molvika or Fury, by the player base. Now, to be honest, Himiko, well, okay, look, there's a Himiko in every game, basically. For the record. Look, this story gets very bubbly. I have been all over this region. I've been to the next region, and I've been to every current region. The interesting fun fact about Natlan. Natlan was, let's assume every region is a culture. Mondstadt's like Holland, maybe Eastern Europe. Let's assume that clearly every second region has to be a Chinese region. That's Liu. Inazuma is Japanese. The chasm is clearly nothing. Any offshoot of Liu is Chinese culture. Thimaru is Southeast Asia, which I like the area. I hate the story. People misconstrue, by the way. Thimaru was the death of the story because it was coming off the chasm, which is a very vital story that everyone's going to forget right before they get to the Archon War. If they go to explain the Archon War, you're going to have to revisit the lore of the chasm. If they're going to have to explain Conria lore, you're going to have to go back and play the story or remember what was in Chasm. That's the region. I forgive people for not knowing of the Chasm. The Chasm is this region right here. Then we got Simaru, which was 3.0, which went on far too long and killed most people's ever interest in doing the Archon quest. Then Fontaine was delayed. Then we got Fontaine. Now, the arguably weird fact is Natlan was talked about as far back as Inazuma. Now, people forget that the lore of Natlan is that it had the ley lines ripped of it. Now, the part that gets people is the character design. Now, no offense, I'm about to say something if people disagree with it, it's just my opinion. Most progressive activists that took over the West, they do not understand culture. They said that Natlan misappropriated native culture. Alright? Yet, they failed the test, by the way. This is how you can test an American progressive activist. Show them there's a character. Show them this character. If they say this character is a black girl, they're idiots. I remember when she came out. They hated her. You're appropriating black people. No, she's dark-skinned Asian. I remember the controversy over Natlan. It wasn't the fact it was following one of the biggest story twists of Fontaine. They said it was cultural misappropriation. Look, personally, I think progressive American Gundam fans can go eat a bag of dicks. So can most of them. Keep it to themselves. Because they don't understand storytelling. Oh, you don't have dark-skinned characters. Oh. Right. I saw one progressive woman. She basically got the character right. She hates, by the way, she hated the later characters, but she likes her. Which is one considered one of the other. It's an essay. It's actually a really good essay. I have to remember the name of the channel. But she got a couple of things wrong. which is interesting. This is how you can test. But then again, bear in mind, half the people don't get it. Again, I just play characters because I like them. See, I skipped on her because I didn't like it. By the way, you also talk about another character that was way out of place. That one. That character is very out of place as well. Oh yeah, there's a whole list of characters which are utterly out of place. Because she was released right around the time of... I want her on principle, but... I can't find her. It's the crane. He's all but useless right now. Yeah, by the way, he's never going to get a rerun. For the record. I wish he would. By the way, I'm surprised that she hasn't been given out for free or have a rerun. I'm trying to figure out which one it was. It was the crane. Yes, her. Yeah, she was given out. Yeah, see, Natlan's biggest problem in the storytelling is I'm not going to bring up the fact that Capitano becomes Lich King. Okay? Capitano becomes a Lich King.
That thing over there looks super intimidating. You sure it's not gonna fall off? Don't worry. Our tribe works closely with stone. That's one of our symbols, actually.
Capitano basically
It's not going anywhere, I promise you.
becomes the Lich King. Whoever wrote that everyone worries about what they're going to do with the story.
Our tribe's people love music and dance. They have an amazing sense of rhythm.
Sorry.
In the past, Outlanders have come here just to study our culture and exchange views. My parents wanted me to learn dance, but I wanted to become a warrior instead.
This is why I said a lot of the Natlan has more flavor. It's weird because it's a wound in the ley lines. I just hate the end.
Hey, it's Io! Come on, over here! Allow me to introduce you. This is Io, my Saurian companion. He's saying Saurian? So in Natlan, you consider Saurians? Of course. Natlan is not... Outlanders always seem to think of Io as my pet. But that's not the case at all. Io and I go on adventures. The children of Echoes have the closest ties to the Tepetli source. All Saurians have their own personalities, but I think calling them our companions... See? Io agrees with me. Oh! You're here too! No way! You have a Saurian companion too! Oh, what a sweet little thing! I think your friend here will get along with Io. Alright, you two go have fun. I've got some important business to handle. No mischief, okay? And you better not...
Now, I think the missed opportunity with Natlan was because they went Mesoamerica, which is the southwest United States. I was really hoping it would lead more.
This is the most cherished and most sacred item in our tribe. It symbolizes the Wayab that protects us and grants us blessings.
Yeah.
Wayab? Is that a god of some sort? Sort of. We believe the Wayab dwell beneath the earth, while the Pyro Archon hails from above. We hold regular gatherings here, actually. The Wayab know the and can foresee the future.
Huh? Kachina, what are you doing here?
Chief! Oh, let me introduce you. This is Pakal, the chief of our tribe. Chief, these...
Kachina is a child. I don't know how you met her, but I'm going to need you to prove your identity.
Whoa! There's no need for that, Chief.
A feeling isn't going to satisfy your parents.
How about, we show you our adventurer handbook?
The people who belong to the Adventurers Guild are kind of a mixed bag. I prefer something more reliable. Huh? You're the traveler.
Paimon is a guy. Wait, is there something?
You haven't...
Nope.
By this point in the story, we're basically world famous.
Learn well from her, Kachina. It's unlikely you've ever had a teacher of greater merit.
By the way, the English VA is terrible
Really?
for half this arc.
Kind of praise from the chief.
Apologies for not...
Oh, don't worry about it.
Well, Kachina's still young. As for you, Kachina, isn't registration about to close?
Don't worry, Chief. I may not be much of a fighter. Kachina's trying to...
I see. Well...
Let me think. Oh, right.
Well, Natlan is a nation of heroes, whose valiant deeds are preserved and passed down over... You can think of an ancient name, almost like a label for these stories. By mentioning an ancient name...
For example, the most famous bearer of my ancient name fought in 27 Night Warden Wars. By the time he fought in his last one, he was already over 60 years old. Even though he wasn't quite where he used to be physically speaking, he still managed to achieve top rankings during the pilgrimage.
Ancient names allow us to preserve the stories of the past. But they're also much more than that. Think of an ancient name almost like an heirloom, passed down. Do you have your stone on you, Kachina?
Of course. Here, take a look. Whoa, that black stone looks so mysterious. It's like there's something shiny inside it.
The Wayup decide who is deserving of inheriting an ancient name. Once a successor is selected, the name becomes theirs to bear, and their deeds are then preserved within it.
Now, granted, there's a deeper lore to the ancient names, because the ancient names of all the characters that are playable or leaders are all, like, actually gods of what would have been the region. What you think are Mesoamerica. But it actually goes... I think this was the first one that kind of addresses it's the elephant in the room. That people are predestined. Because everyone forgets. So, and I don't know if they're gonna walk it back. By that I mean constellations. They believe that people are bound by ancient names, but people are really bound by constellations. Now, realistically in that line, this is why I say people who miss this story is actually not a bad story. As I said, the ending is ass. The ending makes you hate the writers. But there's a lot of little stuff, not that's been picked up over the years. It was hinted at in the trailer that they specifically said there were 6 archons. Then again, that's getting rewritten as well. Because, see, what people forget, lore does change. This was the actual sign of the new lore. because the whole arc of Natlan goes off the end of Fontaine. Now, love it or hate it, it's kinda unique, but it's also kinda stupid. One aspect or another. So basically, people in Natlan, one of the things people discover, the reason why we never ran into Natlanese was because if they leave Natlan,
As time
and they don't
passes,
explain it in the
ancient
Archon
names come
quest,
to represent the heroic deeds of more and in turn, the
Just like me.
but there's also the
I'm
thing,
not
if
sure
you
why I
die,
wouldn't have chosen
your
Natlan
ancient name is forgotten.
But if I didn't know the stories of all the past heroes, then you're saying this stone does.
none at all. And that is precisely how it.
Think of it this way. If Paimon
Someone had this to say about ancient names. Our forebears carved miracles into obsidian rock. Yet future bearers looked upon them and saw strength. The miracles of the past become the motivations of the present. So there's no rush, Kachina. Many people, as long as you never stop trying to improve your ability.
Thank you, Chief. Well, it's getting late. Oh, right. I'm not sure where you're headed. Is that where the Yup. And outside of competition season, it's of course. Sounds like a plan then.
Well, if the traveler and Paimon are.
All right, we're up. I got so carried away just now. I didn't consider what would happen if our destinations were different. Luckily, that's not the case. Or, you sure it's okay? Chief Pakal's but he's not as young as. He'll find out what really happened when he sees me compete. I'm sure I'll get an earful for lying. Yeah. It's not their fault. We all grow up listening to stories, not out of a selfish desire for glory. Anyway, don't worry about it. It'll also be a great opportunity. Alright, time to leave our settlement. Let's head that way.
They did a really misjustice, though. They didn't explore the lore of the tribes, which I hate it. They didn't. So you don't get an explanation of the lore of the tribes.
The statue is so pretty. Is that what the Pyro Archon is like? You betcha. Beautiful, effortlessly confident, and up. Did didn't work when you tried earlier either. Huh? You can get elemental power from the stat. This would have been such. It's so weird that it's not working. Aw, I would
There's
have
a
liked
reason.
to see that. Sorry, Kachina. We got your hopes up. No, it's all right. If anything, that's something only vision bearers can use. Could you show me? Take it away, traveler. Wow, different elemental powers, wielded by a single person. Let me give it a try. Nope, still just Geo. Anyway, I was right. Just wait until you hear about our previous adventures. Whoa, what's that?
That's a boss.
That's a cuckoo soar. They fly high and fast, and they're always full of energy. Right? It's been ages since that day. Oh, before they look like shiny little gems, don't they? I always bring a. Woo! Paimon loves kick. My pleasure, my pleasure.
Now, the big thing about the lore in Natlan is you kind of learn about what Natlan does not explain.
We've come a long way. How does a break sound?
It doesn't explain. It doesn't explain the lore you learn between that Natlan was ruined. Well, you find it in the exploration before you find it out in the story. That everything goes back, as I said earlier. The chasm explains the war with the abyss 500 years ago, which was the fall of Conria. Now, the Archon War, some of the base lore is partly explained in Inazuma. This explains, I think, the backstory of who's the Oni guy, not the other one. Can't think of his name. He's the last of his kind. Wind kills himself when you have to use him. The one given out in usually Lantern Rite festivals that we have a tendency to hate. Him. His people died largely fighting in the Abyss. But come to find out, a lot of people in it. It's because the ley lines at Natlan are utterly screwed over. This is what a lot of people forget about Natlan. Natlan is still a wound in Tabot. Even with an Archon. That's why when you do parts of the exploration, the nails you have to put in that keep the abyssal energy at bay, that's why they have constant wars between the tribes. But there's also the thing, as I said, ancient names are important in Genshin. Because there's a part of the lore in Genshin. Because at the end of 4.0, you're introduced to Skirk. Now, Skirk, if it sounds very Viking, tree, call it the tree or very Norse mythology. There's a very Gnostic mythology that's been in the background of Genshin since its founding. Well, that's also when you're introduced more of the Sinners of Conria, which were 5, now there's 3. Call that a victim of the rewrite. But they kinda put a pin into that till you get to Skirk shows up. The thing about it is, Natlan is still wounded from the Archon War. Which, I mean, the story doesn't even explain it. And they didn't do a good job of explaining it. Why the Archon... Because I'll be very curious when Shnesnaya comes out if we have the ability to get to... It's going to be curious if the Traveler can use it. Because there's a reason with Pyro, even I think it's through the entire story you can't even use Pyro of it.
Whoa, you're pregnant. I just like bringing. They only come in here. Huh? Is everything okay, traveler?
Which is the key and important to understanding the story.
It has to mean something, don't you think? Actually, you know what? It could be because our Archon is different from the rest. Different how? Well, I heard that other nations' Archons live a long time and belong to a class of extremely powerful beings known as gods. And that's not at all. Every Pyro Archon in Natlan was an ordinary person before taking on the role.
That is your first clue. Because if you explore... So, I heard the thing, though, when I was talking about the woman I was talking about earlier. She has a whole long... She's accurate on one part. She did not wait 500 years for reincarnation. She just hoped she was reincarnated for Malika. I just like to call her not Himiko. It makes it makes a lot better sense. By the way, calling her not Himiko or Himiko is very short. If I really want to be honest, she's the battle suit that was the last battle suit for Himiko in HI3. By the way, down to the animations. Many people don't know that. If you actually look up her last battle suit in Scarlet something.
Is that even possible? You find it hard to believe. So that... Well, based on what we've seen, pretty sure the Pyro Archon's the... I do know this, though. Even after becoming the Pyro Archon, the person in the position still grows old and requires... The statue of the Seven may look a lot like our current Archon, but that has to be a coincidence. Oh, I should also mention, the pilgrimage is actually how we select the Pyro Archon. Anyone can claim the title, you just have to prove your strength. So the contest is all... That's right. We believe our current Archon achieved an overwhelming victory. Don't just take my word for it, though. Even the tribe elders said they've never seen an Archon, but it's just as Chief Pakal said. today's limits. Okay, Paimon's gonna ignore the whole human becoming an archon thing for now. It's just, if we think back to what happened in Inazuma, I wouldn't worry about it. Yeah, you're right. It'll all work out. Alright, Paimon's just about ready. Oh, we call this
It's weird she hated too.
good things.
She also hated Raiden Shogun. Which, look, I hate Bennett. Like I hate other characters in the far beginning. I will never use them even if the game says to use them. Raiden Shogun's story. Oh god, I wish people explained that more. What she really is. Because people didn't like Inazuma. There was a section of it. Because it does beg the question, by the way, with the Tsaritsa. Genshin, believes... The problem with Genshin is they can't kill anybody. Alright? They can't kill anybody. Ever. For fuck's sakes. This goes into the idea that it's a miracle that they have do it.
Wait. You can use it too? How? That was... Wait, look behind you. Something's coming. What do we do? Is something after us? We're fine. This here is Toto. Hiya, Toto.
The land of dinosaurs and dragons, by the way.
Well, aren't we looking lively today? Oh, so it was just a friendly Nope, that's a long-necked rhino. There's quite a few of them around here. He's always hanging around these parts. That's an invitation. He's offering us... Paimon's not so sure about... Oh, good point.
Yes, by the way, in the current lore, apparently Paimon is dying.
Wow.
Or losing power.
Even better from up here. The higher the vantage point,
Which
the
I apparently
view.
just heard that apparently
Are you
that's
and Toto close,
just...
Katina? Yep. When I was little, my parents and I went to the Stadium of the Sacred Flame to buy a bunch of different fruits, but the cart we were using to
That's in the
transport
far
them
current
to learn our
lore.
way back.
See, here's the thing before I say it on the
But I
Tsaritsa.
still burst into tears when I saw him approach. I was afraid he was going to eat all the berries and sunsettias and leave none left for me.
Thought I should change it.
In the end, though, he didn't eat a single one. And even chased after that, he used his... I've been bringing him fruit ever since. With the sheer amount of food he can eat, he pretty much grew like a weed. Oh, look over there. That's our destination. You can let us off here, Toto. Thanks for the... It's an easy walk from here. That's true.
Because here's the thing. Does Raiden Shogun... If Raiden Shogun did not deserve redemption, granted, Raiden Shogun is bound by... I really missed this one. Alright, game. Really. Of all the ones to miss. Yeah, there's a lot that sometimes you miss the obvious ones.
Let
us have a modicum of patience.
See, the problem is when you design them elemental mastery, they have 0 toughness, okay? The only way she works is having no toughness, and she needs about 200 more. And I wish people luck in trying to find it and farm it, because half them. Again, I do not. By the way, Linnae, I recommend picking up. Because Linnae is very good. Her and Zabai. Zabai is the top Geo. Uh, she herself is actually really good as well. So the interesting part about really, no. You want to die, you're gonna die.
Allow me.
I'm sorry. My exception is wildlife that comes near me has to die. Nope. Plus, I'm never over here much.
How dare you?
My rule is wildlife can live unless it harasses me. I will kill it.
Get him!
That is rule in this game. If it harasses me in any aspect, which happens in this part of the world, it dies. Oh yes, by the way, a very fun team with Lolika is actually her and Raiden Shogun, where you can maintain both buffs. For the record. See, her, people have said that her, doesn't fit. The thing about her is what makes her one of the. Again, I never played HI3.
We made it. I'm supposed to meet some friends here. Open your eyes, slowpoke. We've been here this entire time. I've already lost track of how long. Listen here, you. It's not just Kanish and Moalani's time you're wasting, but mine too. Mine.
By the way, this was a flavor fail. Kanich is a weird one. See, in Natlan, I have no idea why you have the wandering emoji that lives. Which is more jarring when you get to HSR. And, which is currently the Elation planet.
What the heck? That's a strange-looking Saurian.
Take it down a notch, alright? You don't even know some of these people.
Yeah.
Just because Kachin is too nice to get mad at you doesn't give you an excuse to be rude to her.
The Dendro swordsman no one ever asked for. So here's the thing. His kit only makes sense if you do not have another Dendro. This was the problem with Natlan. Natlan was redundant characters. They just had mobility devices.
And what are you gonna do about it? You think you're the boss of... Hey! Oh, what do you think you're doing?
Alright. I've put him in a timeout for now. Sorry about that.
Aw, you didn't have to do that. Hal just doesn't have much of a filter, that's all. He got what he deserved. Let's just hope the lesson sticks this time.
The other bubbly character everyone really loves. Oh, this is the character you have unless you have Nuvalet.
Mualani, there you are.
Which was the irony, is she was the first banner. Now, if you didn't have Nuvalet, you pulled her. And it's actually really sad, a lot of the water lineups. I'll be very honest, I was actually working on a water lineup. And then everybody else decided to pop up in this last year.
Friends. And here I was worried you ran into trouble on your way here. Hello, Paimon. A traveler, you say?
I don't see your teammates with you, Kachina.
Oh,
Huh. So you're saying you've been ditched. That might give them an advantage during the team stage. But it all comes down to individual.
yeah, well, the outcome of the team stage usually depends on the ancient name bearer after. Hey now. There's not a single person here that can promise their team victory. You're putting too much pressure on yourself. Besides, you're not lacking in strength at all. You were only 3 Wait, so
The former is a battle of skill. A war against our eternal enemy, the Abyss.
So they're here Whoa, wait a second. That's not too far off. That's why it's called the pilgrimage chooses the strongest warriors among the tribe. Their names and deeds are then recorded in epic. Yes, but that's resisting the abyss is our duty. It's something we call the Ode of Resurrection. Resurrect people, you mean? Yep.
Let's go register. We don't have.
Wait, what about you, Kachina? You're not really We really wish we could help, but we're not from here, so it
There's no threshold to the number of participants. With the sheer number of teams, no matter how strong or experienced in a situation like that.
Oh, how about this? When we register, why don't we ask if these two can have special permission to participate? Odds are the answer will be no, so if that doesn't work, well... I only have a few teammates this time.
I didn't know she had
If someone
fish
else will take
eyes.
them, then...
Fish peoples. You learn something new once in a blue moon. It makes the character 10 times more creepy. Oh yes, they also called this character cultural appropriation. See, Natlan. Yes. I just find half these characters annoying.
You're not asking me to lead your team.
Look at you, mind reader. So, what do you say? With how strong you are, it would practically be an upgrade for my...
Fine by me. But doesn't that leave you and Kachina as a team of 2?
There's a world of difference between that and flying solo. I bet our new friends here will... Oh, you mean us? You're right. 2 is definitely better than 1. It's just like the old... But listen to yourself. The rules don't forbid it, so who cares? It's not like they left us any other...
Well, I'll leave you to break.
Oh, I know. Just give me a second, you guys.
Don't get me wrong, he's a good character design. See, the one reason I was able to use Mobika very well is, as I said, she is the not Himiko of the bunch.
This is the place. Let's wait for Mualani here.
Did you see the flags at the... Oh, yeah. There were flags. Those are our tribal flags. One for each of...
Why the sudden tour guide?
I said I'd introduce them to Natlan, and...
Fair enough. Well,
My friend Mualani belongs to the people of the Springs, a seaside tribe. The scenery over that just leaves the Flower Feather clan, the Masters of the Nightwind, and if we get a chance after the pilgrimage, I'll be sure...
Well, if we're talking tribes, allow me to stand in for our chief and welcome you on behalf...
Mualani, you're back!
Everything settled on my...
they probably just didn't.
We're saying the same thing here. You...
Hello there. Here to register.
That's right.
I'm sorry, but only people from Natlan are eligible to participate.
You couldn't make an
It's not that simple, Miss Mualani. Even a single exception sets a dangerous precedent for countless interested parties in the future. The purpose of the pilgrimage is not only to select strong warrior. This is the fire that fuels the sacred flame. Natlan is only...
Oh, so there's another purpose!
That was the initial purpose. Every participant, whether they win or lose, contributes to the defense of our...
Exactly right, Mr. Kanich. Outlander participation would inhibit the production of this fire, which could in turn jeopardize the sacred flame.
Oh, so it all comes down to the contending fire. Well, you can still enjoy the event from the...
That would be great! Bill, there's something Paimon was wondering at. You read Paimon's Mind Traveler. Why doesn't everyone just fight together?
The power of resurrection has its limits. For starters, the ode only works on those who bear an ancient name.
That's also why ordinary people who emerge it's for their own protection. Although they're still afforded the same honor as those who try.
That brings us to the other condition for resurrection. Not much to this one, actually.
Victory?
The victors shall burn bright, while the losers must turn to ash. Only those who triumph over the abyss earn the right to be revived. Defeat in battle not only means death, but also the tales of the vanquished are eventually forgotten, and an ancient name cannot serve.
Yeah, they won, right?
You have to think about it at the team level. For example, even if 4 of them were to perish, the Ode of Resurrection would still take effect. All you need is for one person to return victorious.
Because every victory is a build.
Of course, the team. That's why the first stage of the pilgrimage is divided into teams. No one fights alone.
This all sounds pretty.
Well, that axiom is meant to be a warning as danger is always present. Not to mention, the abyss...
I've actually fallen in battle myself. I spent some time wandering the realm of the Wyab. It was unlike anything I'd ever experienced.
The realm of the Wyab? Does that...
Hard to say. The realm's not somewhere you can access by ordinary means, and very few people are capable of establishing a mental connection with the Wyab. We call this realm the Night Kingdom. A mysterious...
The fact that you were resurrected at all is the worst thing in the world.
Then releasing you from your time out has gotta come in at a close second.
You would do well to speak with reverence of the almighty dragon lord Kahula-How! Lest you live to regret it.
If you're done arguing... It all went fairly quickly, considering we all know each other. Now, I just need to register your In the meantime, you can all go rest at the hotel.
Nice. Oh yeah, family and friends included, which means...
See, strangely enough, I have lore that I really like to get to in this game. It's the same with HSR. I really, really want to get to a section. Don't spoil myself for it, though. Like, I know the stories, roughly, you know. It's kind of like HSR has a really good one.
Dig in, you guys. Eat as much as you want. These dishes are all local specialties.
Because what I want to get to in the story is that's why I want to see Snezhnaya first. See, Snezhnaya is one of
That's where this
those
came from,
ones.
so don't be shy. Let's feast until the bill.
Don't be dramatic.
The Pyro Archon is very generous. Even if it does, speaking of trouble, I've locked a house.
Wait, isn't that a little hot?
Nah, Kinich and Ahau are always like that. Everyone has their own unique way of getting along with their Saurian companion. What's got you all down in the dumps, Kachina?
I know. I can't keep using my age as an excuse. I have to prove to people that I'm not trying to avoid the Night Warden Wars.
You don't have to prove anything to anyone. If they don't think you deserve to bear your ancient name, trust me, Kachina. The what?
I just hope it's not the fact that I can take it. Yeah, I'm on a 7 or 8 pilgrimage losing streak. My ranking has been improving little by little, but
To be honest,
yeah, didn't you say you got really close before? It's just, what if I don't even...
Hey, have a little stumble, and I'll be there to get you back on your feet. I know you've never tasted victory, but
Alani, I trust you. I still don't know why the lie, but I can't be the only
Character
who's
doesn't
ever
grow
felt
on
this
you.
way.
You either like some of these characters at the start or you hate them. And to be honest, I didn't care. Well, see, Kachina is not the most obnoxious. Look, here's the problem with short characters. You either like them or you find them adorable. They either have some childlike glee that is a good storyline, or they're the most obnoxious characters. It's like watching a film with a child actor. Like, Klee is everyone's favorite. Especially you find out as we got closer to Nicole, we got more Klee shoved down our throats than ever. This is a problem, okay? This is the weird thing. It's not that some characters are written obnoxiously, they just happen to be obnoxious. But then again, not every character is. Like, people. Like, I like Citadel. Citadel as a total package is actually a really good character from this one. Same with Xiaolin, same with Mobique. Kinich is tough. The vampire that rides the gun never grew up. Period. There's characters. Milani is actually not as bad, but she has the people who like her. It's more preference.
Not to mention, the fact that your ancient name has survived until now means all your otherwise, it would be lost to us by now.
That's right! And you'll have us rooting for you too! No. It should be the other way around, but still. I'll win this time for sure! I won't let your... Oh, right. I should eat something. Nice to see your game.
thanks for encouraging her, you two. It's easy for people to only see how she has a lot to learn.
Don't you worry. We've seen how...
Take it easy. You're getting tears in your food.
I'll pour you all some drinks.
But she is far less and more or less annoying than Klee was in the beginning. Hence why Prune is far worse. Look, there's a section of Hex and World lore I would just like to ignore.
That's true.
Seems like you two really...
She's like a little sister to me, you know? And I have a feeling this is the...
Why are you so sure?
Oh, no. I was just born...
Mualani's being modest. She's already a 3-time veteran of the Night Warden Wars. Came out on top each time. And she's never had to be resurrected.
Wow, that's a...
Nah, it's no big deal. The opponents I had to face were pretty tame, that's all. Ugh. Either way, The challenges haven't been that difficult so far, but I'd love...
Paimon gets it. That's how Paimon and the Traveler are too. Hey, a little more confidence, please.
Drinks are here. Better try them while they're still...
Feeling better now, Kachina?
Me? I'm gonna get some meat in my system. I'll come with you.
Just don't go overboard, okay?
If only...
Alright, fine.
Attaboy. Neat.
So full. I'm so sleepy. We should get a good night's sleep before the competition tomorrow.
It's like when we finally get Nicole. Check something on here. I have a bit over here. What? Sadly, you only get to experience the story once. There's not replaying. Wonder if it actually character kills me on the way down.
Kachina!
Oh, it's you two.
I'd be shocked.
I just finished training with Mililani.
Well, you worked so hard to introduce us to...
Wow, you guys are exactly like... Guess I should make myself scarce, though. Kachina was the one who helped you out all... Huh? What do you mean? Observation?
Yeah, the
Oh, I think you're saying fight smarter. Atta girl, Kachina. You're right. I just mind sticking around a little. Sure. Thanks for taking the time to teach me. You two
Just give it your best.
Because, see, Melania is basically like a Polynesian tribe person. That's why she sticks out like a sore thumb, Flavor was. Because it makes sense if you think of them as the Aztec style.
I'm not keeping you up. Oh, I'm bursting. I'm not keeping you up. Oh, I'm bursting.
See, this is the part that really fucked up the other one. Like, this is the part that was really, really annoying and Simmeru. Everything was time-based. So you wanted to skip it. You're a correct bench. Yeah, just be told I've never been down here. Ever. It's really weird. I've never been down here. Which is really, really strange. There's... It's kind of weird when you discover areas that you've never been. Which it's easy to do in this game. To be honest, like, I don't exactly live down here. There's like parts you explore, and it's kind of like in Division 2. You find art on walls that you didn't think existed. But here or there. It's like the cooking, I don't do that much. I only cook as needed. But actually, I discovered a great, like, I did not know this filter existed, by the way. I did not actually know that this filter existed, which sounds weird for how long I've ever played. But yeah, the thing about the ancient names and reviving, that's actually also why, as I said, Natlanese never left Natlan. Now, I mean, they start the story pretty somber, pretty nice. But this is also coming on the merits of coming off Fontaine, where you literally had an archon kill herself, which I'm surprised. So there are 6 archons. Now, in reality, the ending is the Traveler and the 6 Pygmies. Which would... The thing is, there's one particular lore book we've kind of got tidbits, but there's been only one volume. it was hinted that we were going to wind up with 6 archons. Now, the thing is, does the Tsaritsa deserve to be redeemed? Now, that's what I think is one of the longest and hardest routes. They're close, because she's gonna fight the person that judges everybody. But arguably, she's been the head of the Fatui, and the Fatui are the most evil beings in all of basically Devon. Now, they're gonna redeem her somehow. Because we've already seen a route. Because there's gonna be a lot of theories. See, Nodcry with, you know, Nodcry with its lore has been pretty loose. But they've also hinted that the Tsaritsa has no power. That's clearly not the case. That is why, because Snezhnaya is going to be really interesting. Because the trailer has a lot to fill out in the story. Because the trailer it shows all the characters. Now, arguably, I see a lot of passes. Personally. I think Odette one, I think. There's one that looks like Rita, that... Hell, I never come down here at all. The thing about Natlan is Natlan's gonna probably become more of in the lore people see. Because, like, it's easy to forget the lore of the cavern. Sorry, the chasm. The chasm is extremely gonna be important.
Morning, traveler. Morning, Paimon.
Looks like everyone's here right on time. Good to see that no one overslept.
Says the one who... How? Not so loud. You're gonna give me a headache.
Well, if you don't do well today, we know who to
See how your friends talk to me, Kanich? I help you wake them up, make sure everyone's on time, and do I get a thank you, how?
Mualani's right, though.
Oh. Alright, moving on. I had some nerves at first. That's good to hear.
The competition's about to start. Did everyone eat something?
A little. Oh no. We were so busy
I thought that might happen. Here, I brought you some. No thanks necessary.
Attention, everyone! The tournament is about to begin.
Well, the opening ceremony is what kicks every...
Don't you worry. Paimon's gonna... Thanks, you two.
Well, we should get going.
Okay, bye-bye.
Attention everyone! The tournament's about to begin! All spectator?
Oh, that's our cue!
One of those days. But then again, the opening animation was Capitano attacking her. Good. Just anyway. Because here's the thing. We were sold not a bill of goods that Capitano was the main villain. That Capitano is very important in the trailer, but never happened, I don't think.
Entering the stadium of the Sacred Flame? You won't be able to leave the arena once the tournament begins.
Yes, I don't care.
The pilgrimage of the return of the Sacred Flame is a competition with a long, storied history. Before we begin, allow me to remind everyone of the rules. Today's tournament begins with the team stage. Before each team will board a hot air balloon, which will land at a random location. Contestants must search for fire towers within the contest grounds, accumulate contending fire through combat, and bring us a defeat in combat, departure from the contest grounds, and running out of time all lead. Only those who emerge triumphant in the team stage earn the right to take part after many rounds of battle. The contestants with the top 5 rankings will get the... Now, let us welcome our...
Skill, strategy, fortune, form. Many factors influence strength, but victory never lies. The pilgrimage is not merely a trial to determine the strongest among us, but also a stage upon which to showcase your individual. Today marks the beginning of yet another legendary saga. One written in the triumphs of the victors. So, without further ado, let the games begin!
So that's the Pyro Archon? Kachina said she was friendly and welcoming. Didn't Kachina say she was just an ordinary person before becoming the Archon? She doesn't seem ordinary at all.
Well, folks, it's clear the contestants are already raring to go. The teams will now board their hot air balloons and make their way.
Kick their butts, Eatsna!
Go, Moola! You can do it, Kachina!
And The crowd goes wild. The hut remember the rules. The balloons will take you to random locations, and your battle starts the moment you land. Best your competition, collect sacred fire, and bring it back. Good luck, everyone.
Guess this is where we're starting. Let me see. Let's head that way. We don't need to worry about avoiding other teams. Okay, just remember.
And with that, the pilgrimage is now underway. Time for the contestants to...
Ooh, a fire tower! And an unoccupied one from the looks of it. Be on the lookout for an ambush. Careful, we've got company!
Alright, Gina, let's finish this back.
Looks like we've got ourselves an easy start!
Timing. We've got to fight to generate contending fire in the first place. So let's go. Winner takes all, loser gets lost.
Yeah, we won! We're just getting started.
Get back at
Grab the
this.
fire and let's head to the next spot.
Currently in the lead, we have Chaska, one of the contestants from the Flower Feather clan, really leaving her competitors in the dust. Amaru has taken out 6 contestants in a row! What a legendary competitor! But can his hot streak continue?
Here ya!
Oh, well, aren't you two an interesting duo?
How did these monsters make it onto the grounds?
It's part of the tournament. If you can't handle a few monsters, how are you supposed to repel the abyss? Look, why don't we handle these monsters first? Then we can battle it out between ourselves.
Nicely done, Kachina! We actually beat a legend! Come on, don't just stand there. Let's grab the fire and go!
We have a new team pulling ahead! Mulani and Kachina have already eliminated several favorites for the win!
That's horrible. That's bad passing.
I knew someone would show up. Hand over the sacred fire and no one gets hurt.
Would you look at this? 2 favorites for the win. Itzna and Unkunga have run into each other. Looks like it's gonna be an early goodbye for one of these formidable competitors.
This mountain is huge. Is the next tower really all the way up there? It's going to take forever to make it to the top. Just leave it to me. I'll get us up there. We made it! Great work, Kachina! Glad I could help! An empty fire tower. We're too late.
Darn it! So close!
And another competitor crosses the finish line. Beyond-san from the Collective of Plenty, certainly living up to some lofty expectations.
You know, people actually thought when they saw Inshon that she would be the archon. It's actually what people thought. Then they revealed not Himiko. So, then we realized that was the case. Just as Tsaritsa does share the stuff with...
Our team captain talked a big game before the match. Should keep a better lookout next.
Kachina, is that you? I'm sorry about this, but since we ran into each other, I can't just let you pass. If you want glory, you'll have to go through me!
Every minute that passes, fewer and fewer contestants remain in play. The remaining competitors need to hurry if they want to make it out of this stage.
Hold it right there. That fire is mine. In your dreams, I think someone needs a reality check, and I'm more than happy to oblige. I'd like to see you try. Hey, let's work together. Good idea. No way I'm letting them pull the rug up. Yeah, let's go. Let's finish this next time. Let's finish this next time.
We've collected enough sacred fire. Still doing all right, Kachina?
Yep, all good.
Let's finish this fast.
Oh, we're running out of time. There's a spirit way over there. We can ride it back.
Out of the way or get blown! Forget it.
Let's ride! Oh, we really lucked out. Just grab onto me, Kachina. I'm not sure if you remember, but people from my tribe can ride spiritways over great distances. It's all smooth sailing from here.
Thanks, Milani.
Hey, what are you thanking me for?
See, look,
It's a team.
I don't hate her
No
as a
way I
character.
could've taken on that many people without
I just
you.
never had a need
Keep
for
faith
it.
in yourself.
He's actually a good character. Well designed. But here's the problem. If you have New Valette, you never need her. Ever. And outside of a cool way to traverse Natlan, I don't care for her.
I don't scare easily. Not after that last ride you took me on.
Oh, yeah. Back when we first met, right? I accidentally knocked over your piece of cake. Then
Never been a big
used
fan of her.
spiritway surfing to make up for it.
Because she was coming off New Valette. New Valette is arguably proven to be the stronger over the years.
Milani, I really want to win this time. I want to win this pilgrimage and become a true warrior.
That's what I like to hear. Let's meet each other at the top.
If your team has gathered enough fire, please proceed to the stadium as quickly as possible. I repeat.
Congratulations, Milani. Congratulations, Kachina. You've successfully cleared the team stage.
Amazing.
Congratulations!
Keep it up, Kachina!
Kachina! Milani!
You two can take a short break while the team stage comes to a close. After that, we'll proceed to the next stage.
You two are assigned.
Solo battles next. And I was 3 wins short last time.
Hold it right there. This is the contestants' lounge. Unauthorized access is prohibited.
We're contestants too. Let us through.
According to my list, you're not among the individual match contenders.
Well, we'd still be candidates if it was just based on strength. We only lost because 2 other contestants snuck up on us like cowards.
Wait, you two are...
Well, look who we have here. Remember us? Your little trick got us disqualified. Since we've crossed paths again, let's settle this once and for all.
Right,
Don't mind him, Kachina. Tournament rules place you under no obligation to honor that request. Or you! Don't just stand there! Get security over here now!
Forget the rules. Isn't the pilgrimage about picking the strongest warrior? Exactly. Now's our chance to...
Kachina!
Who are you?
Traveler! We just came to have a chat, and then all of a sudden... You're not Bubba! I don't know your names, but if you really want to face me, I'll allow it. It has to wait until after the tournament, though. I need to focus on the upcoming matches. I don't want to let my parents down.
That's enough, you two. Pink, if this behavior persists, you may find...
Are you alright? You're not hurting? No. Thanks to you. Right. That sounds more like it. Yep.
I heard there was trouble. Has the situation...
Yes. It was nothing out of the ordinary. A couple...
Some people... I hope you don't let him get to you, Kachina, because...
That came up quick.
See, the big deal with a lot of the opening, it's not so bad. It's very somber.
You must be Kachina. You know, people told me I got lucky in the draw, but I beg to differ. There are no coincidences in the arena. If you're standing here, it means you're strong, no matter what anyone says. So, I'm looking forward to seeing what you're made of. Well, anything you want to say in return?
I won't lose. I really want to earn a spot.
All right, our contestants have each said their piece. To your places,
But they
everyone.
choose to make her the main one.
Begin.
Clear the area!
Come on, you can do better! That's more
You
like
really think I'm joking? That is actually the way to compare. I believe there was a time she was meta.
I actually lost.
Congratulations to Kachina for taking the win. Let's give her a round of applause, everyone. Now, diving into the...
That's one down!
She's basically bounced to win. It's actually her. That's actually her mechanic.
Where do you come from, kid? Think you've got what it takes? Hate to break it to you, but it won't be easy to get through me.
Oh, one of you.
And you don't recognize me? Figures. Our generation's been in decline ever since Ateya and the others retired from the front lines. Either way, once we face off, you won't forget my name anytime soon. Hear that? Exhilarating cheers of the crowd. That's why I'm here.
character's elemental burst. Oh, you gotta do special shit now, don't you? He had a weird place in the meta. People actually... Not that people thought she was one. It really is amazing, I actually still remember how to use her. But then again, if it's an elemental burst, I'm going to abuse the hell out of it.
Gotta hand it to you, kid. You really impressed me. I take back what I said before our match. You've got what it takes.
And it's Kachina for the win! We'll now head into a short...
Thanks for cheering me on, you two. You were great out there. I don't think I did.
I actually haven't used my traveler in
Last round, Kachina?
very, very, very long time.
I got permission to come, but, you're...
What? Yeah, I just found out myself. We're really close in the... But
I did too, but it is what it is. But we just have to get past it. War is cruel, so I'm going to give this back. To hand victory to your opponent is to take pity on them. But no one's asking for pity here, yeah? So?
I'll do my best.
Atta girl.
So, if one of you had...
You mean one of us is... I'll be happy no matter who wins. And Traveler, Paimon, I'll see you after...
I've been training, so thanks for believing.
To be honest, it wouldn't even be a fair match. Then again, she was a little 4-star that could punch up. That was actually the truth.
Arrived at the final phase. The winner of this match will take the final spot among the victors. Give it up for a long-time contender and first-time finalist from the Children of Echoes, Kachina!
Bash her style, but she does have a good mechanic.
And her opponent from the people of the Springs, a young prodigy and Night Warden Wars veteran, Mualani! This face-off between old friends promises to be an explosive showdown. May the best warrior win!
You've come so far. Still nervous?
Why does it have to be you? Still, I'm glad in a way. Even if I lose, I won't have any regrets.
Come on! Kachina, this is no time to be modest. I know you want this more than me. And it's about time you start sounding like it, okay?
I want to win. Mualani, this one's mine. I'm sorry, Mualani. I'm so sorry. I went too hard.
Look.
The winner is, from the Children of Echoes, Kachina! And with that, the winners of this pilgrimage have been decided.
You know what's interesting about people didn't really like Natlan? Like, there's something weird. They didn't like it. But you know what? There's more soul in the story than in. Like, Fontaine felt like it didn't have soul. Well, look. Fontaine had some exploration flavor. But setting, animation wise, it wasn't good. Exploration? A. Top notch. S tier internally. Story? Meh. Story outside of a couple of animations makes sense. But that animation's actually good. Now, granted, as I said, for all the glory Natlan gets, it gets worse. Granted, it did.
Put your hands together. With her 6th consecutive win, Cheska of the Flower Feather Clan.
The not vampire. The Conquistador vampire, to be precise. Which I think is a very interesting flavor.
She managed to turn the tides all by
Eesh.
herself. Ion-san of the Collective of Plenty.
Forget. You know what's interesting? I believe she's a healer. I need to level her at some point.
Comeback 10 years in the making. Kayulani of the a seasoned and renowned warrior, Kibungu of the Scions of the Canopy. Last but not least, finally living up to her true potential, Kachina of the Children of Echoes.
See, the other actual 4-star of Natlan in song, right? She's actually good. Weird, she has a place in a weird way in a meta.
This is no dream. Your strength is what got you here.
Now, she gets a lot of praise.
We'll be going to war together. It's an honor to fight alongside you, Kachina.
No matter how many pilgrimages I witness, I'm always overwhelmed with pride for you, brave warriors. The following
As you can. Traveler, Paimon, there you are. I wanted to thank you for support. Not that it feels good. Hey, wanna go for a walk?
Sure. What do you say, Traveler? Something on your mind?
Listen, I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried. Glory always comes with a risk. If victory was assured, she's not one to fall, so we come to think of it. The people of the Springs live alongside the Kaholasaurus. Our tribe is...
Looks like you beat me to it.
Kinich?
I was planning on inviting you to visit the Scions of the Canopy.
Hey, first come, first served.
Yeah, you were first.
Yeah, thanks for...
Alright,
See, sadly, I don't know the differences in the versions. See, sadly, I need all the primos I can get right now. Yay, another fucking quest. That I'll never ever get to. Oh, I can finally do commissions here? Oh, thank you. Touched. Actually, my commissions are still set to Inazuma. They've been set in They have been set in Inazuma for like years. You do commissions where you like it. So I finally remember the name of the person. It's Night Vermilion. Fuck off there.
Show no mercy. Hold the line.
See, hostile wildlife exists in this place. Okay, good.
Get to work. You two. Time to end them. All right. Hear the echoes of the valley.
Look, Division 2, I don't shoot dogs. Right? Good. This game, two different stories. Wildlife dies. That is just the problem. The issue is, I don't like it. Look, Natlan, occasionally they have this stupid tendency to attack you. It's not exactly a fly. It's been so long since I've been over here, I forgot actually what all the damn animals do. Only one I consistently know what does anything is actually the flamingos. Which is weird.
Rise like smoke.
She has one of the best lighting. Sadly, this doesn't work.
Let's hope you'll put up a good fight.
Light of the blazing sun. Suffer the wrath of Eastly.
I don't have a lot of that material. There's units, there's things that use it. That's one thing. I don't, look, as much as I collect things, I don't care about the challenges. Challenges can sometimes be just what they are. Secret is, there's no really good route here.
Something's hiding behind that statue! Aw, it's a baby Iktomisaur! So cute! Although... Traveler!
Oh.
How long was Paimon in? Paimon locked eyes with that baby Iktomisaur. Any idea what... Traveler? Hey, what... Look! It's that baby Iktomisaur! Seems like it wants us to follow it.
The big
Paimon's
detour.
adventurous side says we have to see where this leads.
Might be the next area.
Oh, check it out! The graffiti on the wall is glowing! Masters of the Night Wind. And by the looks of it, masters of nightlife, too.
And see, part of Citadeli's lore, right to say it, is she looks very similar to a character that was put into HSR from the ship region.
Wonder if we're allowed in here. Oh, the door opened all by itself. Aw, the Tommy store from earlier. Then let's go introduce ourselves. Hello there. Okay. Probably doesn't understand. Whoops, sorry. No offense intended.
You there! You dare disrespect our elder? Oh, you mean... Oh, I see. Sorry, my mistake. Some introductions are in... And this is our Iktomisor Elder, the Great...
Whoa, that's quite...
In truth, we usually go with Elder Tlapo for short. Elder Tlapo. But one thing I can...
What sort of task?
If it's all right with you. Very well. You can use this scroll to go directly to the obsidian altar, where the chief is. Don't worry.
Kind of curious if... See, the interesting part is Yae Miko basically reads light novels. The same is said to Fiddle does the same thing. Which sounds weird. Her whole, it's kind of her whole gimmick. But considering she's a 500-year-old grandmother, that's kind of the point. She really is. That's the actual part of her thing.
Whoa, what was that just now?
Because some are functionally immortal. And Natlan, normal. Because Citadeli's basically like... She's one of those beings. It's like there are been people who've been alive for 200 or 300 years for no reason.
The chief is just over there.
But she has...
Well, the Masters of the Night Wind are definitely...
Okay, basically, who's the other one? The other Master of Nightwind character, 4-star thing guy. Yeah, like, that's basically her nephew. Something like that, I forget. One no one ever wants to use, but he's like meta 2 only because you had to find a meta out of this whole mess.
I am Chief Biram. Welcome. And thank you for your...
So tall.
Unusually so. Yes, I am aware.
Oh, no, of course not. Sorry.
Yes. Kaholam told me about that. Throughout our history, only members of the Masters of the Nightwind have been...
Really?
Allow me to explain. Our tribe has an old tradition of recording history in the form of woven scrolls. And not just our own history. It is a tradition we have observed, however. And these scrolls can only when the Ictomasaur elders.
Whoa!
Elder Telepo sensed a ley line change quite some time ago, but had not yet designated the scroll.
He is a giant of a human being.
As a matter of fact, that does not
How come?
In the 200 years that Elder Telepo has held this position.
Does that mean 200 years of major historic?
No. They all submitted scrolls.
Man, this tribe gets more
Yes. Well, the notion that we have to.
Huh. That's pretty.
But I have dedicated my energies to.
Wow, that sounds great.
Sad. Only a small handful of events over the year. And by the time the next scroll.
So.
While I haven't gotten to the bottom precisely, it's nothing to be worried about. Simply a means of valid. I can explain. This garb is one of our important cultural relics.
Oh.
Please, follow me.
You're basically the elephant man. This guy's the tallest in history.
Do you see this scroll? Today's test is quite.
That's it?
I assure. But then we will be no closer to solving this. Good.
We're to sleep. Yeah, I haven't really.
Whoa, we really did get teleported. It seems. Let's take a look around and see what we can find.
It's the fire archon.
There are so many woven scrolls here. I don't remember seeing some of them before. This one really stands out from the rest. Yeah, you. Over there, something just flashed. Traveler, did you catch? Oh, right. Aha! There is something hiding here. Yep, this looks like our ticket out of this place.
If you never had to learn how to use the weird spirits, it's kind of the. That was actually the cool part of that.
It is just as I thought. Yes.
Sure did.
This specific kind of... It is a most mysterious color. Yet there are those who will bore...
You mean...
That space you just... Centuries ago, a great shaman by the name of Huitzilin put in place It exists to this day. And although I have not met... Once someone is trapped inside, it is all but impossible for them to escape without outside...
Another secret power? Traveler, still haven't...
Don't worry. If my suspicions... The dying process is also a little different from the norm. But I don't...
Cool, we'll follow...
Great! We'll make a few If you agree to help, you can
Agreed! Especially if there's a...
given the
more works...
thankfully, your guide is waiting.
Cool. Damn. Let's just get the whole tribes quest. Oh, that's the whole side quest.
Ah, we're finally here! So this is your home, Mualani? Paimon can't wait to have a look around.
See? What did I tell?
Fetch me a bottle of wine.
Just one? Let's get another. It's still early in the day.
Want to go to Golden Dusk later?
Now this is a vacation.
Wow, it's so lively around here.
We try to treat every day like a... Now, let me show you around. Show Cheekwe Cattle Records. The hot springs, of course. Natural...
Wait.
Oh, don't be shy. Come on. Mualani! Huh? Oh, Auntie Atea! Please, I've told you... Are you taking these two to the hot springs? That's right. Oh, they only just arrived in that...
Hi there!
I'm Mualani's neighbor, Atea. By the way, Mualani, I heard you lost a Yeah, I was this close to win. Anyway, it's all in the past. Oh, wait. You'll need swims... Hold it right there, young lady. Have you forgotten the rule about bathing in the hot... Rule? Oh, wait, you mean...
There's a rule about...
That's right. Outlanders have to complete a trial at an artificial... It's not nearly as scary as it sounds. A few travelers have gotten... But seriously, Auntie Atea, do we have to be... Famous...
Oh, that sounds...
Exactly. There will be no excessive risk-taking on my watch. Mualani, take them to the artificial spring first. Okay, that's more like it. And don't try anything funny. Relax. Much better. Hey, you over there! How many times have I told you no roughhousing near the hot springs?
Oh, shoot! That weird lady's back...
Stop right there!
She sure has a lot of energy.
Back before I inherited my ancient name, she referred to anyone who came to these...
If Paimon lived here, she would...
It's just... The doctors managed to save her life, but they made it clear that she could never bathe in the hot springs again.
This one. It's actually a little bit of lore to her. Yeah, this one. She's one of the other individuals that's like 500. She's at least like 200 or 300 years. Yeah, see, there's a lot of weird little lore you find out now. It's like there's characters that are wounded by the abyss, that they all have injuries that. So the elders of the tribes in Natlan are basically older. They haven't died. Like, technically, she's slowly dying from abyss poison, like her abyss corruption, which is kind of the irony. Like, every tribe has them. She's just one of them. Like I said, there's a lot of like side lore in Natlan if people actually choose to explore.
Within her body. Immersing herself in hot water would accelerate the corrosion of her internal.
Oh, no wonder she.
That's normal. She's worked tirelessly over the years to dig up artificial springs so that more and more people can experience our. Anyway, let's head to the artificial.
I see. That's a great.
See, I told you the chief would agree. Let's get moving then. We can't let a word of.
Hey, Amina, Hikaru, Marukao. You three seem particular.
Oh, Mulan.
This is the Traveler and Paimon.
Oh, what a coincidence. We were just talking about her.
We think Auntie Atea's illness has taken a turn for the better.
Really? How can you tell?
Okay, so while you've been busy with the pilgrimage, we noticed that she's been visiting the hot springs, specifically the hot springs in the cave to the north of our settlement. She can never come into contact.
Yeah, so we got to thinking, what if we renovated the abandoned spring behind her back, then threw her a huge. Chief Amina thinks it's a great idea too.
Of course. How could you? I'm a little busy right now, though.
Of course, these artificial springs are pretty new, but the experience is just as new. You two, I know you want to focus on Atea.
You got it, Chief. We'll keep it.
All right, we're off then.
See, they bring the tragedy right to the point. See, the one thing about Genshin, and this is something I've always said, it's kind of the positive and negative of the story. They can never kill anybody. People never understand. They want this game to be friendly for all ages. Now, it does ruin the story from sacrifices, killing, death, or heroic deaths, murders, things of that nature. They want the game to be friendly for all ages. So, I think there's like one story, like one quest line in Inazuma. Yeah, but then again, Honkai Impact beats you over the head with like sacrifices. That's why Night Vermilion, like Archimico, is very treasured in all MiHoYo games because of Final Lesson. Like, I recommend it. If you will never get it. You don't have to play through chapter 3 to get it. Like, it hurts worse if you ever. That's actually the last time you see her and she dies. It's implied she's dead. Or she disappeared into the imaginatory. That's why I want to get up to the current story in HSR quicker than I, especially with the reveal of the imaginatory. There's a whole side note to the imaginatory. It's like a stage actually, and where you fight Dottore, which is actually in the Sea of Quantum, which only people who know Honkai lore or Honkai Impact lore probably know about the Imagine space or the Sea of Quantum. Which is weird because that's where all the Bibbleverse is located. But it goes with the idea. They don't kill people. They want it to be kid friendly. This is why I think even showing the end of 4.0, which was the end of Fontaine's story, where the water archon kills herself, to spike the heavenly principles. Which I think they will be right. Because there's a whole theory with the Tsaritsa, what her plan is. It's in the trailer, there's like, it's leading to a lot of theories, like she's playing games with it. Which is why she's screwing with the Gnosises. Because technically at this time, there's only 6 Gnosis. But it's also the idea that the heavenly principles haven't done shit for 300 or 400 years. So the idea, they don't kill people, but they imply people are sick or dying. It's like like the woman, she is basically dying of an abyss poison. There's all these characters that they refuse to, like, it's like Fortnite. When you kill a character, kill a person, they're teleported out. It's what's kept this game actually with its rating for all these years.
I'll show you to the changing room.
But compared to Honkai Impact, which I feel was always mostly very good storytelling, mostly. They were about 80% good stories. So after 2.0, which is after the whole story got done, yeah, that story took a dive. It's only been the last 2 years it's gotten back to where it's good. But that shit was about basically the end of the world. So, HSR has good story moments where people die, but they also have, it's not so brutal you have to put the M rating on it. ZZZ, they're not beyond showing it, but the stakes in ZZZ are world ending. Genshin, I don't think they have the gutso to prove. Look, you start to see it when you play it enough. Story-wise, they refuse to kill people. They refuse to say people die. Capitano basically sacrifices himself, sits on a goddamn throne, and falls asleep. Yes. He becomes Lich King of WoW. Meant to guard the spirits of the dead. It is the dumbest ending they could have ever done. Not Capitano dying, finally succumbing to old age. Even though he's been alive for a very long time, he's just a collection of souls, or a soulless body. Formless body that's a giant living soul. Spoilers, we really don't care, but you'll figure out how we get there. Capitano was also very much promised to be a character. Same with the Scarlet Witch. She's not even in the lineup for 7.0, which Capitano was supposed to be a character, by the way. We know he's supposed to be playable. Dainsleif, I've said, is not going to be playable for till the final part. I don't think Dainsleif will be playable until we get to the final arc, and that's going to be after dealing with the Tsaritsa. Now, I still say Tsaritsa should probably... The good question is, should she be redeemed or not? Okay, that is really the big deal. She has to be redeemed for obvious reasons, because you can't just run your weapon through her and kill her. Which she probably deserves at this point. Because if people think Raiden Shogun was evil, because of how she viewed eternity. The Tsaritsa sacrificing parts of Teva and other things, along with the Fatui, which are the most evil organization in the world that rival the Nazis, genociding people and animals, which is actually real if you read through the sections of the game. And her having a giant plan, she's gonna smite the celestial powers. She either needs to die or be killed. But that's never going to happen. She's going to be redeemed. It sounds fucked up. But I've played this game long enough to know they're going to tease you with her death. She's going to be facing, if you see the trailer, she's facing, what's her name? Renri? I know the name. I know it off the top of my head. It's the one that condemned Conria. It's at the same time she's like playing a chess game with one of the other heavenly principles. So, yeah. I'm kind of curious because I perfectly think they're going to fumble the Tsaritsa. Like, the Tsaritsa. See, normally, by the way, you can tell in a story who's going to be her second, but with all the characters that are the 7 that are inbound, we don't know who her aide is. We know who her aide is supposed to be. But none of the characters, every archon has a support. That's kind of like why Citadel was the support to Wilkin.
The first time I came to the hot springs, there was no calming up. It was actually pretty funny looking back on it. I was too young to remember the whole ordeal, but my parents told me all about it. So feel free to go for a swim. Okay. Auntie Atea, you really came to check on us?
Of course. And I'm glad you listened. The temperature in the artificial springs isn't too high, so I went with Saurus crackers and grain fruit chips.
Oh, thank you!
Well, I did make them myself. Very few young people know how to truly appreciate to bathe in a hot spring.
Hey!
All right. Look, well, I've got to get that better...
You know, in the irony, we're going to be getting a, I see this imagery too. Look, if MiHoYo reuses any assets, we're supposed to be getting a SP form of...
Some people get dizzy if they stay in here too long.
Who is it?
You guys alright?
Robin, in HSR. Very much the background is very much similar to this area of Genshin, but not really.
Yeah, she brought us. Friends are supposed to help each other.
Well then, the more... Alright, we should get going.
Yeah, this is the interlude.
Mulani!
We're here to help!
But you're important guests. We can't put...
Alright. Now, where to start? Looks like the water outlet is blocked pretty bad. We'll need to... Ooh, those boxes in the corner need to be thrown out as well. Also, someone needs to go out and get some...
hey, I'm not any bad...
Yeah, that works too. I can introduce you to all the shops while we're at it. Alright, let's...
And what's interesting is a lot of all these characters all have, like, What's interesting is almost all the flavor in Natlan does have... They have a special... Look, the charm in this place is very good. See, as much as Fontaine's interesting to me, I never really like it. This Fontaine has like a flavor to it, but a flavor is
Hope business has been going well.
Well, if it isn't,
That's right.
well, it wouldn't be.
Here, it's all on the.
Wow, that is a large.
That's right.
Wait, you're saying she can go in the hot springs again?
Come on, I know you can.
All right, all right.
Wow, that was amazing.
Interested?
I'm not planning to haggle this time. Nope. Kachina likes shiny little trinkets, so whenever I come across something like that, I'll hold on to them for now.
All right, that should be everything.
Let me see. Huh?
That's on the 7 years ago, when the Abyss attacked our tribe, Atea saved my brother's life. She never asked for anything in return, but I couldn't. So, send her my.
Oh, we will. It's gonna be. Well, that's our shopping done.
See, they don't really tell how bad the Abyss is screwed with Natlan.
Wow, this place cleaned up nice.
I would hope so. Did you guys get everything?
Oh, we brought back tons of stuff.
All right then, roll up your.
Actually, why don't you two take a break? I'll handle it from here. So, I was brainstorming on the way over, and I'm thinking we could draw something on the wall.
They also like graffiti everything.
What do you think? Not bad, right?
It looks,
Well, I'm usually the one in charge of the families. Not to mention, this was totally a...
Yeah.
I see. Well, let's call it a day then. Traveler, Paimon, you must be tired too.
So there's these weird resources you get here. These, right? See, I've gotten a lot of these that are here. I've been working on them in Nodcry, which I know people go, oh, you've done already. These are like special chambers, basically. And you get like these. They're for, they open up special rooms. Which, I mean, sure, 6 one, half a dozen the other. A lot of useless items in the game, so to speak. I don't ever take advantage of half of them. Look, as I said, part of the story I do. Oh. I wondered if this is the cache of resources I've been missing for the longest time. Well, I said this area feels... A. F. Have you done shit in the region? Want to ingratiate yourself to the tribes. That's a whole nother system I have. I guess. Oh god, if this is once a week. Oh, I am about to just look. You know the stupid part is? In Natlan, you can accept multiple bounties at the same time. Your rewards will vary based on the same. So... Oh. So... This is stupid. The game has never caught up to the fact you should be able to get your reputation up in every region you have done. See, okay, there's a couple of, like, I call it the stupid parts of Genshin. And I can't expressly say why. There's no reservoir for resin. The bounty system, they still retain the daily schedule for resources, the various resources, which should not be the thing. Second is this. You can only do weekly bounties in areas, which make no sense. Every region you should be able to do it. Because if you don't, you're looking at like 6 months, by the way. Yeah, when I play on PC, I horribly mismanage stamina.
Wow, what an amazing view! And we can even see some Goasaurs here and there. Hey, why don't we try? Well, they're so. Huh? What? What's happening?
Help! Some
Wild Koholosaurs are actually biting! Yeah, those two are...
get to work. Sha! Sha!
Rise with the sun!
Get back!
Don't panic! Hang in there!
Finally! The storm's coming! Please help us! Let the mountain's veins boil! Ha!
Wrath from the sky!
Sa! Sha! Fulfill our pact! Sha!
Rise with the sun!
Judging from your clothes,
Yes, I'm...
don't mention it! Handling the...
Still, it seems that all the Correct. Say, I can
Apologies. Verandra has been hyper-focused on this
Oh, no worries. But why did you approach a whole group? Paimon's pretty sure that's not...
I'm sure we must look very silly. Approaching them without the help of a guide from the people of the...
A mysterious island?
Yes.
Some proposal.
And I suppose discuss. Oh, all right. You did.
A little awkward, but...
We should move on.
They're from
now.
Simaru, I think. You're far from home.
Thank you again.
That's alright.
That's very far from home.
You really don't see a pair of adventurers like those two. But anyway, Paimon's really curious about that Yeah, who knew? After all, the amazing places we've explored during our adventures, finding some mysterious island should be a walk. Oh, you're right. Time's ticking, but the
It's
real
probably a
question
side
is,
quest I'll never
who
get
should
to.
we ask? That's an...
I collect these things. No. I've played this game for years. I will never understand who the fuck made this economy. Ever. May I add. I have no idea. What damn person did it? Now, it's not like you're broke in the game-ish. It's not like you get so to the point you're broke that you can never do anything. But it is a game that is a little weird. Like, see. I don't really like the whole railroading. There is one thing that is said: you should not build up a bunch of quests in this game because they will fuck over your progression dramatically and badly.
Okay? I'll see you tomorrow. Yep. Paimon's exhausted. Anyway, we need to be.
I'm gonna get through as much as possible. If I don't, look, it's still a timetable. See, it's not that I take my time. I play and explore, do things, kill things.
Traveler, Paimon! Mualani? What's going on? It's the Abyss. Our patrols are trying to drive them back. Come with me. I'll take...
Mualani! A little help.
One moment. I'll be right there. Really? That's perfect. I've been waiting for the chance to fight by your side. Hang in there. We're here to help.
Oh, you fuckers.
Let's ride! Light of the blazing sun!
Show no mercy. You two. Time to end them. Oh, have they been contaminated by the Abyss? No, they are the Abyss. Destroy them.
Good fight.
Hear the echoes of the valley.
By the way, the stupid bleeding flying wolves, I've always hated them.
Get to work.
Burn it down!
Thank you.
I'm alright. Go help the others.
I almost died.
That's probably overkill. I don't mean that.
We've cleared out most of the monsters over here.
See, little do you know.
It would have taken me ages on my own. Looks like we're still in for a long... Let's go ask Amina. Off we go. Need a surfboard? Amina!
Oh, it's you three. Thank you for help. We were prepared for an attack.
Where'd they come from this?
The east side. We've pinpointed the position of an abyssal pylon?
A kind of gate created by the Abyss. One that allows... The only way to end the attack is to destroy the pylon as soon as possible. Otherwise, the...
Exactly. That's what I most...
Alright, we'll go seal off the one to the east. Traveler, Paimon.
Of course! On behalf of the people...
Let's go. There's no time... Off we go.
Let's ride!
Fulfill our pact! Bring it!
Blown away!
Let the mountain's veins boil!
Weird, she's a hybrid character.
Light it up! Wrath from the sky!
Thank you so much.
That she is actually, usually hybrid characters aren't great. But in reality, she's made on her defense. Which is very odd.
Try and stop me! Light of the blazing sun!
Show no mercy!
Look, I would love to have her main weapon, but the day that
Time to end them!
they look,
Rain of bullets!
So, the interesting part this whole region, you need stuff that has Night Soul. Arguably still, probably the most powerful cup packer in the game, but
Rise with the sun.
Lolling, eat Papa, get him! Let the mountain flames boil!
Pyroclastic surge.
Whew. That should do it, right?
I don't see any more monsters, so...
Do these attacks happen a lot?
Yeah, it makes things... Besides, the Abyss doesn't care how difficult our lives are. Fighting... Come on, we should head back. Huh? What are you looking at? Is there something over there?
You're right. Wait, that area looks kind of familiar.
What? How unlucky can we get? We just finished the renovations. We probably don't have any reinforcements over there.
Huh? Seems like the monsters are decreasing in number.
Come on, everyone, keep it up! Light it up! Full throttle!
Ow, ow, ow!
Light up the blazing sun!
Bring it!
Weed wolves are assholes. Always have been.
You two! Time to end them!
What's it the first time you run into them? I think it's in the area. It's in Inazuma in the south. Now they're all over, by the way. They made their way to Nodcry. Now they're just obnoxious abyssal monsters.
Try and stop me!
Oh, look at that.
Rebuild!
Tell the lineups I always played a lot more. It's just a sheer muscle memory.
Ataya, what are you doing here? Where's the
Where do you think? If I'm here, means that thing is long gone. I was in a hurry, so it's not my best work. You should check if all the important stuff is...
Stop talking for now. That wound looks bad. The abyssal...
Is this the right area? Hello? Anyone there? Mulani.
Ataya took care of it, but she's injured.
All right, stop fussing. Don't you think I know my own limits? The main thing is they didn't destroy anything. This is a beautiful hot spring, by the way.
Wait, no! This was...
For me, right?
Ataya!
You think I couldn't tell you were avoiding me on purpose? Not one... And you, Mualani.
forget about that!
The impurities in the elemental energy.
What? The crystal...
The anguish he feels. I also came across...
Atea! Atea! Wait, what do you mean?
You remember the gimmick you did as a character about, like, time ago that you could just cure corruption? That you haven't probably used in about 5 years? Yeah, no.
What is this? Some sort of
How can that be? I never knew that was even.
Atea!
The mark of the abyss.
Yes, thanks to the Traveler. By the way, Traveler, are you alright? I just saw you purify abyssal power from it. You're sure? Good.
Thank goodness. You scared us all half to.
Alright, everyone, head back and get some rest. We'll meet here. We'll celebrate Atea's recovery, and most importantly, we'll show the Traveler and Paimon how grateful we are for their aid.
Got it!
Basically, we can just seal abyssal power at will. Even though it gets forgotten about for another about 2 years.
Got any other secret powers I should know about? But seriously, you really came through for us tonight, so thank you.
Paimon almost forgot you had that ability. You used to. That was some quick thinking.
We forgot. We had it all the way back in Mondstadt. When you curse, Devlin's Tear. God, what was the name of the dragon? Devlin's Tear thing, and, first chapter, pre-chapter of the game, then in one point.
Power still exists within her body.
We think Auntie Atea's.
She can never come into contact.
Combination, as I said, she's dying of old age. Well, it's a combination of old age and it's an old wound, too. Because you forget, like, oh, nice tranquil area. But they have abyssal attacks, which... which kind of is the part of it. What? So.
Not interested in hanging out with the other kids? Snacks not to your taste? None of the above, huh? I heard you were the one who cleansed the abyssal power yesterday. I was hoping to keep it a secret for a few more days. Didn't want to ruin the celebrations and all.
Who? Me?
Yes, you.
Hey,
Just going to get some ink. You have fun. We'll be right back.
all right.
Mualani,
Yeah?
you've gotten so tall. You know that? Feels like just yesterday you were that rambunctious kid. Tell me, how are your parents?
They're away on business. Traveler, did something happen?
I I guess I should I wasn't visiting the hot springs because I was getting better. And that pylon yesterday, I didn't go face it by myself because I was reckless or too anxious to wait for... It's because my body isn't going to last much longer. Your friend saved my life in that cave. And because of that, I got to enjoy this celebration with you all. The hot springs... I'm just trying to enjoy them for as long as I have left. Oh, Mualani?
That better not happen again, whether I'm here to catch you or not. That's what you said back at the artificial spring.
You want to know something? Recovery, death, to me, the two aren't all that different. You've never been resurrected, so you might not understand. But Death and I, we're old pals by now. There's nothing sad about I lived with regret, but yesterday, I was finally able to let go of that regret. Not only because I found the strength to fight, seeing you out there, it made, even if I was never injured, old age would still take me one day. Just remember, whether in life or death.
I understand. I'll do everything in my power to protect our tribe, our nation, and live up to the example you set for me.
Good. Oh, and if any of you have the chance to meet with the Archon, could you give this to her for me? A talisman I've carried with me my whole life. It's brought me good fortune and... Just tell her it...
Don't worry.
All right.
Traveler, Atea, Mualani! If you don't hurry up, there won't be any snacks left!
Excuse... Life is a journey in which there's no turning back.
Paimon feels like a whole new Paimon after those two. Still, spending the Kaholasaurs. Oh, and Atea's snacks were so yelling at some kids.
Hey, you guys. Sleep well last night?
Yep, this here.
Glad you like it.
Hey, Mualani!
Yeah? What do you need?
Kind of like Norma. I don't really like Norma and ZZZ as a character. But granted, she's not totally obnoxious, but I'd never pull her as a character. It makes her character better because Milani on the surface is when you're introduced to her without seeing her in the story. She just doesn't. She doesn't appeal. Like she has a good character. Don't get me wrong.
And Kachina? Is she back as
You don't see it in the initial if you just pull her.
Kachina, but don't worry. The team was victorious, so the rite of resurrection will be held in the stadium soon.
That's a relief. The Abyss is cunning.
Exactly. She deserves to hold her head up high.
Alright, thanks for letting...
That's part of the story.
Jeez, she sounded a little anxious there.
Mualani, like, think about all those monsters. Not the...
At a glance, it certainly... But through our long history of fighting the... 500 years ago, The Abyss invaded Teyvat. That's right. And Natlan was the worst affected of all. It took the combined efforts of the then Pyro Archon and heroes from... Even so, the effects of the invasion... Our tribe's waters were contaminated. The Children of Echo's territory was overrun by dangerous sludge surging from underground. It was like each disaster was designed for Exactly. We now believe the Abyss has invaded the Night King.
And that's how it became.
Yes. And that's why we've been unable to fully... Luckily, the problems left behind by the Abyss, now every tribe is
See, they don't say it, but the actual obvious answer is... So everybody else's ley lines weren't shattered or damaged. This is the problem. Natlan's ley lines, they really underestimate how badly the ley lines were fucked over. Now, they address it as the Pyro Archon was... So the Pyro Archon merged with the Fire Dragon, which gives power to all of the Archons. Which, that's kind of strange. That's why the Traveler doesn't have access to it. And I think it's like, she's basically towards the end of the story even. You don't get access to it. Like, the weird part about it is... they really underestimate how bad a shape it is. Basically, the Archon War is touched on. Like, the Chasm is the first time you hear about it. Actually, it's Inazuma first, then the Chasm. Conry is also in the Chasm as well. And you have not heard heads or tails of it. Or like a version or two versions. Because the Chasm was a fill-in story for Sumeru. Well, to get to Sumeru, I should say. Because it was right up until about 3.0, I kept up with the story and I completed it every single time. But after like the first or second act after Breakpoint and Sumeru, I said, fuck it. But yeah. First time you really learn of the Celestial Nails is that. Like, you're starting to learn the cost of dealing with it.
You must have had to sacrifice
every battle, every responsibility. But I believe we will be rid of the Abyss. To think that my name could survive in ballads passed down to future generations, it's kind of romantic. Everyone has something that drives them forward, you know. We have to. Anyway, let's head to the stadium. The sea's not going anywhere.
But ability-wise, she isn't the greatest. The problem with her... Oh, it's nice. You know what? Yeah, I'll tell you what's worse. I was pissed off at the start of the stream. You wanna know why? Here. Just for the record. So it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14, and 9. Okay. Then, between 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So 14.3. That was before I lost the 50-50. Oh, that is pure hell. I kinda can't. Not ever been that deep into a pool in a long time. So, 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16. So 13. Yeah, 13 plus 2. So that was to get her. Oh, yeah. Tails of just straight to pull the other item. Lands was a loss 50-50. Oh, yeah. It's been my year. Right. It's kind of my year. Oh, it's been a shitty year. You know? 17, you're like talking about. That's just to get Lene. Lene was not a 50-50 loss. Lene was not even a 50-50 loss. Now I lost a 50-50 to get the weapon for Flynn's, by the way. But that's because I have no pole arms.
Whoa, this place is packed already.
Of course. Kachina's gonna be so flustered. She's never had this many eyes on her before.
Yeah, she doesn't seem like the kind of person who
Looks like I'm just in time.
Kenichi!
Yeah, a commission.
Yeah, it's all taken care of.
Hey, look! Is it about to...
That's right. Someone, come on, let's find a spot with a good view. Let's go somewhere higher up.
Warriors of Natlan, heed the call of life. We are the inheritor, those who grew alongside those who forged our own. That is Natlan's fire, the lifeblood of our nation.
But there's a problem. Remembered all the upbeat. Now it gets dark. This has so much better writing than Fontaine. Only to be fucked over by Nodcry. Basically half of Nodcry.
I could not find Kachina within the Night Kingdom, or locate her ancient name.
What?
Usually, once the ode is complete, the Pyro Archon and resurrected person will emerge from the flame.
What's going on? This has never happened before.
Well, I think it's pretty obvious. Clearly, the team sent to fight the Abyss didn't win after all. Think about it. The ode rekindled. Since the Archon couldn't find Kachina in the Night Kingdom, that must mean there's more to this victory than meets the eye.
Hey! You just haven't gotten over the fact that Kachina...
Pathetic.
Your wild guesses are misplaced. We completed our mission.
Maybe you did, but who's to say whether that little girl even contributed? Why would the YAB recognize someone like her, even if she was on the winning team?
How dare you insult? Kachina sacrificed herself to repel the Abyss. She doesn't deserve to be subjected to your...
Calm down, Mualani. There's no...
I can't just sit here and let them slander her like that.
To insult a hero of Natlan...
You...
Think about it, everyone. Who do you think is really at fault? Or the great Pyro Archon? Why would the rules of our nation suddenly stop working?
That's true. If she wasn't revived, it must mean she failed to achieve victory. Maybe the YAB interpret victory in different ways?
I mean, that girl didn't look all that strong.
Kachina wouldn't have run! That's not like her at all!
No! She's been waiting for this moment, no matter how daunting the situation. We don't even know what happened. So don't you dare try to use this...
Fine. We'll find out what happens soon enough.
That's enough. There is no doubt about today's victory, or Kachina's part in it. She is a hero, however. To prevent further casualties, I have decided to suspend the pilgrimage until this matter is resolved.
And considering she waited 500 years for rebirth...
No one is all know, but doubt is a means by which we seek the truth. If there are things you wish to clarify, then ask me directly. Doubt my...
No!
Even though I have said nothing to change your mind.
That guy doesn't even have the courage to...
I have a question, Archon. My friend Kachina. I know you said you were investigating the situation.
I've already shared everything I know. If you want to learn the truth and rescue your friend sooner, so...
Of course I'll join.
In that case...
We should join them.
Oh, and if it's not too much trouble, could you rest assured, everyone... Once again, I
did she
I believe she did. Let's go.
See, you know what's funny? We actually thought there were going to be 2 Archons, but not for the intentions it was. We actually thought...
The situation is urgent, so I'll get straight to the point. Kachina is undoubtedly a hero of Natlan, and I'm deeply sorry this happened to her. There's been unrest in the Night Kingdom, but I don't know what's causing it. Until we find and address the...
And that means...
That's correct. Not until the problem with the night...
How long will that take?
It's hard to...
Kachina always dreamed of fighting the Abyss. She wasn't afraid of death because she knew whenever we sat down together, exhausted from training, she would always hum the Ode of Rest. She was supposed to come back to us. We were supposed to hug her and celebrate with her and share her joy. We supported her sit peacefully and wait for her return? Lose ourselves in...
That's not fair,
It's all right. Believe me, I want to bring her, but please, hear what I have to say so I can act. Considering the recent attack on your tribe, I believe the Abyss has found a
You mean...
The Sacred Flame. The foundation of our resistance against the Abyss. If we continue to hold the pilgrimage and send teams to fight the Abyss, but if we stop altogether, the Sacred Flame will only grow weaker. The Abyss will scale up their attacks, and
If we compare the two choices... Sorry. I know that the raw truth can be cruel.
But what would you say, Mualani? This is personal for you.
No. I can't choose between them, and I don't want to.
You're saying...
Yes. What happened to Kachina breaks my heart. But I couldn't bring myself to sacrifice other people for her.
And that is the crux of the problem. Either way, there will be people who suffer. Once doubt has crept in, the people will no longer unite in battle against the Abyss. Their ultimate goal isn't to break the rules that make the Ode of Resurrection work. It's to destroy, to prevent what happened to Kachina from happening to anyone else. We need to suspend Then, we have to find another way of strengthening the Sacred Flame to keep the Abyss at bay. I understand your anger.
Wow. Paimon thought things were gonna get
I owe you an apology, Archon.
We could always hold the pill.
I've considered that, but the two events have nearly always been linked. Without the chance to fight the Abyss with fewer participants, the amount of contending fire produced will decrease, and the vicious cycle will continue indefinitely.
So, essentially, the Abyss is taking Kachina hostage.
You've learned about the concept of ley lines during your travels, yes? Staying there for a short period of time shouldn't have an effect on the person. But with the Abyss, your sense of self will be Imagine pouring a cup of water into a rushing river. I won't sugarcoat it. That is the danger.
Just like you said, Archon. You can focus all your efforts on
The Abyss poses the same threat to you as it does to her. It is
Kachina's waiting for us to
I failed to protect her during our campaign.
Traveler? What do you think?
Understood. Then I'll support the Masters of the Nightwind. If we can find Kachina's ancient... Then comes the hard part. You need to
But isn't the Night Kingdom...
Under normal circumstances, only the consciousness can enter. But there is a way to... However, know that the Night Kingdom will attempt to repel you.
That's fine by me.
Same here. Fighting the Abyss...
So, Paimon's the only...
Lolly of the Masters of the Nightwind once created an artifact that can be used to It was originally used as a ceremonial artifact wielded by the tribal chief.
That was the artifact I delivered.
Thank you so much for your help, everyone.
Your thanks are on... Besides, your... Traveler, I certainly didn't expect our first I've heard all about your accomplishments. Why? Is that not what happened in the other nations you visited? That's more like it. Perhaps even more. Ideally, this would be the perfect night for a drink.
Oh, I almost forgot. Atea was wounded in the fight against the Abyss. It embodies fond memories and my strength of will.
I didn't think this day would come so soon. The flames of her life force. I can feel them flowing within the talisman. If things were different, the two of us could have enjoyed the hot springs But don't worry. This talisman means
You said you didn't want to jeopardize.
You're right. Even now, the production of contending fire is far from the gradual corrosion caused by the abyss has resulted in a massive shortage of pyro energy as things stand. The pilgrimage is a lost cause. Suspending it allows us. The abyss has brought catastrophe to Natlan. And Kachina.
We can't let the general public know that.
No. If the public learned that Natlan's destruction was close at hand, but if I said nothing at all, they would.
Another simple choice. The latter was clearly the.
I have never subscribed to the belief that the right. Let's go. There's still a way for the sacred flame to last a little longer.
You mean?
Yes.
See, they're very subtle
The sacred flame must
about the
never go
destruction of the
out.
fire.
Not only does it strike fear in the abyss, so until our heroes are ready, I will sacrifice my power to.
But that can only last so long.
Don't let desperation. Those chosen by the Wyab have already embarked on their destiny. All we can do.
Even so, for you to make this.
If not me, then who? No other is capable of sustaining the sacred flame. I possess great strength, but I'm not above my people. This is part of my duty.
Popping in and bloody out.
Archon, it's the Fatui!
The dreaded cutscene. This is
the Archon of Natlan. A force to be reckoned with. The secret of the ley lines is no secret to me. Long have they been destined for ruin. And since the oath made 5 centuries ago remains unfulfilled, what use is the Gnosis in your hands?
I don't know what you mean. But it sounds like this is about more than the Tsaritsa.
In times of crisis, someone must pick up the mantle of salvation. Your plan has reached an impasse, and now it falls to me to create new rules for Natlan. But before the dawn of a new age, the old must be destroyed.
I assume that's the end of your speech? Good. People like us. Let our blades do the talking!
This is the cutscene from the not part of the trailer. Hence what I said, she's very much Knight Vermilion, by the way. Knight Vermilion is somebody, I guess, look, Honkai Impact goes back, a lot of games go back to it. Which is actually very true, by the way. People do not realize how much all MiHoYo games go back to that. Time immemorial. This is like a scaled down of one of theirs. Because Capitano is, I think, was number 2. Capitano was number 2. Columbina, for some bizarre reason, is number 3. Meaning, how could she be powerful yet so weak and she can't take out the Torre? Capitano was 2. That means second, the rank second of all the Fatui. Hmm.
Masters of the Night Wind. Send word. The captain and his followers must be apprehended.
Are you alright, Archon?
Because there's a twist in the story. You can see the lore, but if you know it, it's getting there. And you can watch the videos, but they don't fully tell it. Now, granted, hindsight's 2020. A lot of the fight animations are actually good in 5.0. As I said, take the ending aside. By 5.0, I mean as Natlan as total. It's a lot better.
He was a formidable opponent. Exactly what I would expect from the first of the Fatui Harbingers.
To call him the first, he's number 2. He's ranked 2. Columbino was 3.
I never imagined someone could match you in combat. If the Saritsa sent him here, why would he bring up what happened 5 centuries ago?
Yeah. And how much does he know about Natlan?
The Harbingers are all driven by their own personal goals. But I'm sure the captain has his own reasons for being—
Whatever his motive, we should shift our focus to the Fatui.
No. We're running out of time. The wound I inflicted should hold him back and weaken him for the time being. Besides, I'm sure you noticed. The power that came to his rescue just now came from the Masters of the Night Wind.
In other words, there are traitors among us.
Not necessarily. This could prove to be a very valuable— When we exchanged final blows, I sensed an unusual presence within him. Kanich, go to the Masters of the Night Wind and look into who could have aided the captain. Speak to—
Of course. I'll head out.
Yes, but— Natlan's strength has never rested solely in its archon. Together we foresaw the only path that leads to our nation's future. We must trust in that vision now.
Because
Is everything okay, Archon?
Completely fine. Just lamenting the fact that I never got a picture when I could still turn my hair into flames. Too late now. I just hope the others have a safe journey.
it's not like the Fire Archon has a fire gnosis. Because he still leaves without getting the fire gnosis.
What's happening at the stadium?
I guess there's a
Feels like the Archon
pyro
unleashed her power.
there.
She must be fighting a formidable opponent.
Should we go back and check what—
Have faith in the Archon.
Once we find Kachina's ancient name.
There's apparently a pyro thing that I haven't picked up. Spotted that damn thing. Look, you know, this happens quite a bit. See, how is it I find the complicated ones, yet I can't find the other ones? You know. I find the complicated ones and I get lost on the other ones. So, happens greatly.
Is it too much to carry? Here, let me help.
Mine is right over there. Let's go.
That means above or below? That means above. That means above. I didn't die. Okay. I knew it was above. I've played this too much to know. I have played this game far too long. Either they shove these in the worst nook and crannies possible, or they... Now, to say I have never splatted a character across a floor before multiple times trying to do something, it's an understatement, of course. Which, in the time, 6 years I've played this, like, look, if one thing is clear, I have a tendency to go to high places and then wind up bashing my head on the ground for reasons because I either run out of stamina kind of thing. Or drop at the wrong spots.
Chaska.
Yeah. I explored literally the first 2 regions and multiple the reasons by going to the highest points and just flying around. Been that way for 6 years now. It's one reason in Diablo 4 I could never do a hardcore character, because I shoved the character in the worst combat humanly possible.
I'm afraid we don't have time for pleasantries.
Whoa, hold on a second.
My friend Kachina is trapped.
Rescuer? From the Night Kingdom?
That's right.
I'm sorry, but someone needs to tell you what you don't want to hear. Going there. A mature warrior would never make such a foolish decision. The nature of battle is unpredictable.
I appreciate what you're trying to say, Chief Wyna. But if
I thought you might say that.
Is something wrong, Wyna? This doesn't seem like you. Life isn't complete with...
It's nothing. If you're that determined, far be it from me to stop you. Here's the stone. Keep it safe.
Thank you.
Huh. Seems like you two go way back. But aren't you from the Flower Feather clan, Chaska?
Oh, Chaska's a peacemaker, so she's famous throughout the tribes. She's always the one people call to resolve conflict.
Her younger sister Quichi's always hanging around our tribe, too. She's helped us out a lot in the past.
Oh, you have a younger sister?
Yes. I'll introduce you to her sometime. But let's get back to business.
As you probably know, your intended destination is completely different from the real world. The night, in that sense,
we couldn't do that ourselves.
With a little practice, I'm sure you could. You have...
Who?
Vichama, a legendary warrior. He's got a keen eye.
Vichama?
He's one of Auntie Atea's hot spring buddies. I've heard stories about him. Where can we find him?
Ever since Malko passed, he spends most of his time gazing out at the sea.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Trouble with playing on PC is the controls.
Someone admiring the scenery from the... Hello there, are you Vichama?
That's me. Did you need something? What? You're saying you can bring someone... No, if you really think about it, anything's possible in that kind of place.
Are you okay?
Everything's fine. After I help you find Kachina's ancient name, I want to use the stone to look for my friend.
Your friend? Oh, Wyna mentions...
Yes, but I'd rather not get into it.
That's not a problem.
Yeah. Since you're helping...
Then we're agreed. I see. From what I can tell, once the connection is established, the abyss will come surging through the opening like a predator honing in.
Wow, you got...
I just picked up on the base. I'll go find an open area and start...
We'll go right away. What do you need?
First,
Wait, are you saying you're going to use a real net to catch Kachina's ancient name?
by creating something tangible and out...
Oh, I see.
Right. I need two chunks of obsidian. Normally, you can only...
Gotcha!
Alright, let's split up. See that clearing? Let's meet over there. Oh, and you can send someone with me if you want. In case you're worried I might take the stone from...
What do you think, Chaska?
There's no need.
I appreciate it. Anyway, it'll take some time to set everything up.
but also really invested in the stone at the same time.
His friend disappeared like Kachina did.
I don't have any more Hang on, Kachina.
Not bad.
Easy, you can tell that. Like, either they're murdered or that. It's luck, rinse, wipe, repeat. Go find your fetch quest elsewhere, so to speak.
Hello. Do you have hook ropes? As in rock climbing equipment? Yes. How much for... Oh, the whole thing? Let me... Deal. Wait. What, you want me to drive down the Oh, no problem at all. I'll even pass along some information on the house. These... All right. That's...
Now we need the obsidian. Let's go talk to the traveling merchant.
Jokes aside, you just chunk around. Like, you just throw around. Literally Moira everywhere.
Do you sell obsidian?
Why, yes.
Perfect.
That might be tough.
Thank you so much.
Relax. Everything.
I know, it's just... I guess Kachina always cared.
Well, would you look at that? I did bring an extra. Here you go, young lady. How does it look?
Perfect! Thank you.
If you hadn't shown up, these stones would have just sat here collecting dust. Here you go. How's he doing?
Do you know what happened?
I heard about it in passing while I was out drinking one night. But I don't know all the details. Michama and Malko grew up together, and even made a name for themselves together. Malko was an amazing... 5 years ago, they both emerged triumphant in the pilgrim. But on the eve of battle, the Abyss launched an attack.
Then what happened?
The team agreed that he couldn't fight the Abyss, and his Vichama didn't argue. He knew going to the front lines with an injured leg would make him a burden in battle. So they raised the issue with the pirate. It's just... Malko and the others ended up facing hordes of abyssal monsters in numbers that far Vichama went into a deep depression after that. Oh, you're not wrong. But it's possible he chooses to blame himself. Not because he did... I've tried convincing... The Abyss has caused so much suffering. Anyway, that's...
Beautiful part is... Here's the thing about Natlan. Natlan is a lot of, like, if you take the early regions, yeah, it's a lot of climbing. A lot. But I've had, as I said, I explore as much as I do the other. Well,
Watch out! Rise with the sun! Light of the blazing sun!
occasionally I find chests I haven't killed. See, here I've been trying to get my lineup so I can go up to the next tier, right? Problem itself is time. I stay busy with other games. So I collect a lot of resources, but it's also having the lineups to take up to the next tier. Because they take time. They're all ascended past usually 70. I'm just
Something to add to my collection.
far too lazy to do it. I mean, yeah, I can punch up to 90 all day. I can already do that. But then again,
Burn it down. Ready for launch. You can't hide.
Let's ride.
Hold the line.
Get to work. Light up the blazing sun.
I won't.
okay. Thank you for the not chance to fucking come in here. People wonder what I have to waste my food on. This stuff. Jesus.
Fulfill our pact.
Eat Lalin. Eat Papa.
Rev the engines.
Each of these goddamn things have a mechanic.
Pyroclastic surge. Rev the engines.
Abrash, allow me.
Boom. Let the mountain flames boil. Rise with the sun. Light up the blazing sun.
Show no mercy. Hold the line.
Suffer the wrath of Eastleigh. Let's ride.
Rest and rebuild.
You know when you don't use archers? You know what happens?
Burn it down.
See, when you don't use archers, and I don't never have liked archers on like archers are tolerable in the best of days on mobile. Which I know it's a little bit overkill. Okay, fine.
Letting wave names echo. Get to work. Wrath from the sky. Boom. Yes.
Allow me.
Fulfill our pact.
One day.
Fulfill our pact!
I was not expecting to be entirely ambushed getting in there. Fine. Yeah, there's a bunch of those mini challenges you can just find. They're just like mini little world bosses. It's usually happens more in the later areas, though.
Yep, it's all here.
I've made all the necessary adjustments. As
And
agreed,
yes, it's
I'll
not
help
meant to be
you find
perfect.
Kachina's ancient name.
'Cause I don't have an
and
archer to
you
blow up
return the
fucking
favor.
mechanics.
Go ahead. After Malco fell, I scoured the... If I had been there, I would have been able to sense the danger. I have always blamed myself for what happened. But when you told...
But, the Pyro Archon said all life...
There might not be much hope, but I still have to try. Malco and I... All right, let's get to it. I'll start searching for the conceptualized... Make sure you prepare yourselves for battle. As I said, the stone will link the mortal realm to the Night Kingdom. The abyss will likely emerge in response.
Look at that golden thing! It must be one of those fragments Bichama mentioned. Let's get closer! Whoa, monsters incoming! Watch out, everyone!
Pyroclastic surge! You two! Time to end them!
Allow me!
Let the mountain's veins boil!
Torrent, bring refuge!
Rise with the sun! Wrath from the skies!
Show no mercy!
Bring it! How much longer, Bichama?
Not long! We're getting close!
Bichama!
Quick! Take it! I found Kachina's ancient name. Hang in there, Malco. Just a little longer.
Something's not right.
The abyss is corroding his body.
I should have died 5 years. I just need a little more time. Please, I'm almost there. Thank you.
Whoa, watch out! The power of the abyss is strong.
We can't wait any longer. Pull him away from the stone, Mualani.
I already tried, but the power of the—
In that case, get back!
Chaska, wait!
Ouch! What happened just now?
The stone's power was spiraling out of control. You were all caught in the shockwave of the explosion.
Give us a heads up next time, will you? You're lucky we managed to dodge it in time.
I thought I said to get back.
Yeah, barely a second before you made it go poop.
Okay.
At least Kachina's ancient name is still in one piece. Vichama!
Vichama!
I couldn't find Malko's ancient name. Once your ancient name disappears, there's no... And now...
Vichama.
I'm sure he's heard enough condolences.
Huh? What's that?
Huh? This is...
Story?
Hey, Malco. Got any strength left?
Not enough to swing a sword, but to save you.
I never thought I'd actually die on this mission.
Guess I have something to be thankful for then. Pisak. Maybe you're right. Vichama. I'm so glad you didn't. Don't be sad. Just keep on living. For the both of us.
Was that?
Seems like we were able to salvage something after...
Of course. Seeing him, hearing his... But
A deeper...
Malco was always the type to put on a brave face. For all these years,
Vichama!
I'm fine. Actually, I heard Chief... When you asked for my help, I hesitated, but... I also understood. Once allowed to fester, guilt strips us. If I could do it all over again, I would have followed that way, even if the outcome stayed. There are critical junctures in life. That's something I had to learn.
Thank you, Vichama. I promised I would find her, and
That's good to hear.
Once abyssal corrosion enters the body, a portion will fuse itself to your internal organs. Even though the Traveler possesses powers of pure... Thanks to her, though, you were only briefly exposed. Slowing your breathing and controlling your emotions should help you keep... Just speaking from experience.
Anyway, we've recovered Kachina's ancient name, so... and apologize for destroying the Spirit Speaker Stone. We had no choice, though, so he'll probably understand.
That's her sister?
Koichi, are you really gonna just...
I think you know exactly what I'm trying to say, Uncle Waina. I can hear it in your voice.
Honestly, it's just one thing after another with you two. They're back.
Koichi?
Don't play dumb with your own sister. You know exactly why I'm here. My apologies, everyone. I just need to borrow Chaska for a few minutes. You come with me.
I'll be just a moment.
Who was that?
Very unlikely sisters?
Koichi, Chaska's younger sister. Although the two aren't actually related by... It's not really my story to tell, but I guess it's not as... She was afflicted with a rare disease when she was a child, and abandoned in the wild as a result. The Abyss found her out there, all on her own, and tried to devour her. strength of will pushed her to survive. But it also planted a seed of conflict within her. Eventually, she was adopted by the Cuckoo Source. Wherever they went, she followed.
For some reason, Paimon can...
Well, when Chaska finally returned to human society, it was Koichi's parents who adopted her.
Ah, I remember those days. Eventually, she found a way to rein in that desire to fight. And now it sounds like she still argues with
That's partly my fault. Koichi asked me to stop Chaska from doing anything dangerous, but you probably know by now.
Oh, I get it. No wonder you'd...
I'm all for your adventure. Still, I can understand where...
All right, it's just the two of us now. You have 1 minute to explain yourself.
I don't have anything to say. You don't have to approve, but you should know I only do what's necessary.
That attitude is exactly the problem. It's like you don't care. You try to sneak off to the Night Kingdom behind my back and then play it down as if it's just a trip abroad.
Well, technically I am going...
Again with the excuses! We agreed, didn't we? There are 4 levels of danger. If it's not something urgent, you can only engage in level 2 danger and below. You can only go up to level 3 if a situation is so dire there's absolutely no But a trip to the Night Kingdom? If that's not a level 4, I don't know what is!
What do you mean, sneak into the place?
You bought off Uncle Wina, didn't you? He promised me he'd stop you from doing...
You feel like he went back on his word.
Oh, I knew it! So he did try to say something, but you didn't listen!
This is important. If you were in my shoes, you'd make the same decision.
You don't know that? I'm a doctor, and I handle logistics. If you're going to Wall City...
Some characters are good, some characters are annoying. This character's on the borderline of obnoxious. Even if they mean well for a story. But then again, it's probably nice that some characters are actually getting voices after like a long time with having no VAs.
All right, whatever.
What do you mean, anything else? Why don't you reflect on what you've done and promise
You can
you'll
tell it's
stay
the
cozy?
error in the game that they didn't put in the animations. And it was really meant that they had some stuff that was voiced and not voiced. So what they're doing is they're retroactively going back through while they have the voice actors for it.
Time out. Is this one of our normal arguments or a serious one?
Chaska, does it sound like I'm joking?
Then you need to know something. What happened to Kachina was partially my fault. I can't leave her there to die. That's not who I am.
But the person you become when you lose control, that's also not who you are.
That's a different issue. You said it yourself. A person is only as good as their moral.
I've also told you that managing your condition is equally important.
Sometimes you have to make sacrifices. All right, let's stop this here. If we keep going, I might actually have to get serious. And I think Wina prefers his roof attached to his house.
Is that a threat? That sounds like a threat to me.
Koichi! Younger sisters are supposed to listen to their elders.
So, you're really going...
Then support me.
So, that's it. Why'd you have to turn out to be so darn...
You two...
Something you wanted to say?
I know you aren't related by blood, but you two sure are similar.
Really?
You know, I said that very thing to Koichi not too long ago, and she reacted the exact same way, down to the It's not my place to get involved.
Thank you.
Anytime. All right, according to Kinich, it's an important...
If only Tonegif Bard was here, he could have repaired it just like the Holy Liar.
The Spirit Speaker Stone might be 2 stones now.
Huh? see. Sounds like it was an urgent. Still, Lale's going to be a nightmare to deal with now that you've broken her stuff. Stay safe out there in the Night Kingdom, okay?
We're back! We found Kachina's ancient name, too!
Well, it's fairly complicated. Let me give.
I mean,
The
technically it's bigger
We
than
can't go
that.
anywhere without them causing trouble.
Well, the idea is long story short, if the Archon's rules of a nation are set, you can change them. But it's not like she has the power to change it, which is the thing. Because the Pyro Archon rules, they don't exactly say the rules. Which it sounds weird. It's been this way since the start of the game. They kind of explain certain parts. Like, the first Archon you meet doesn't care about his own rules he created. The second one just gives up on it. Third, which is the Raiden Shogun, fully explains hers to a degree. But then again, I do take it back. She does actually kill the Crimson Witch. Despite the Crimson Witch, we know has a model. We know she has a model. Yeah, get yourself prepped. Sorry about that. Now, all right. Let's see.
But what if the Fatui finds out you've lost your power?
Oh, yeah.
Won't they try to take advantage of the situation?
It's that time of day. I usually have to stop 6. And it's late for me. But I should. Feet. Ugh. I've not been feeling well. Here. Some days I swear it's not good to try to speed play like 3 different stories basically. So it's different things which are terrible. Anyways.
That's why it has to be our little... Look, I wish I could offer you some sort of consolation, but I won't lie to you still. All you need to do is focus.
I can also step in on the Pyro Archon's behalf. There's a limit to what I can accomplish, but I'll help you however I...
There's no need to be so modest, Yan-san. Your incredible strength has long been a well-known fact.
Archon, I'm sorry about before.
You have nothing to be sorry about. We all get overwhelmed by our emotions, myself. Well, now that we have Kachina's ancient name, let's go track her down.
What they kind of do gloss over is the fact that they've been losing power in the ley lines for a while. That kind of something that became very visible.
Hey, isn't that Atea's talent?
Good eye. I store all the various
Whoa. I've never... It looks like there are items from every tribe.
I suppose you could think of it as a hobby of sorts. And physical items do a far better job of preserving those stories than our own. Now, I still have some preparations to... If you're curious about an item, I'm more than...
Alright, we'll have a... This is a
I'm sure you're familiar with this one already.
There are so many jars of...
No, those belong to the Masters of the Nightwind. They're ceremonial tools used to amplify the ability. Yamaya is an expert in this field, and she taught me a lot. Even though she appears stoic, the tools you see here are quite traditional. Her students found them outdated, so she passed them. The contents of the jars aren't all that special. Oh, except the big jar in the middle. That's what she really wanted to give me.
Ooh, must be something...
Grape juice.
Huh?
It's quite tasty, although...
Whoa, that belt is bigger than Paimon's head!
The Collective of Plenty are known for their bodybuilding competitions and the association with strength might also have been the reason the original belt was extremely heavy. It was difficult for even 2 people to lift. And even if a warrior had the strength to put it on, wearing it for any length of time would...
Sounds like it.
So the owner of the original belt, Katera, commissioned a craftsman to make a copy identical in appearance but far lighter in weight. He would often wear this version when training in order...
Or he made a lighter version so he could wear it all...
Make sure to handle everything.
Hey, there's a fishing rod here!
That's right. It belongs to a legendary fisherman named Matavaru. I have his entire set of fishing equipment. He and I met in a tavern. He told me about in his eyes, I saw...
So, did he do it?
The next time I saw him, he was covered in scars. It turned out the fish he sought had been corroded by the abyss. He managed to kill the fish, but sustained a serious injury in the process, which meant he could never go deep-sea fishing again. Can a fisherman claim victory if he
Well, Paimon...
That was my answer as well. In the end, he didn't want...
Wait, that means you also know how to fish.
Maybe we can go head to...
Jokes aside, by the way.
This flower looks like it's...
This fishing basket.
Whoa, this
that weapon belonged to Tenoch, a hero from 500 years. That's because even before the disaster with the Abyss broke...
Exiled?
It was a punishment, imposed out of necessity, but he accepted it all the same. When the Abyss attacked, the tribes found themselves in urgent need of a powerful figure to... He perished, and so he was laid to rest, alongside the...
Wow.
Indeed. Even now, his story is... The powder still needs some time to settle. Well, what do you think of my...
Yeah! If each item does every item hold hold a special memory?
That's right. The items in my collection, they demonstrate the truth.
The shape of...
Most people perceive time as a linear concept, almost like a straight line that can only move forward. We cannot change the past or predict the future. But there's also a different theory, one that I believe to be...
At once?
Let's say your journey ended right now. Thinking back on your experience in each nation, which one exactly? Even at the end, take out a portion of that journey, and the future is the same way.
Fun fact, when you realize she almost resurrected herself.
We just lack the means to perceive it. Of course, there are those with the power to foresee the future. Humanity excels at living in the present, but too often we forget the past and neglect the future. While the pilgrimage, and only by uniting the people of Natlan across to come up with such a set of rules. The first Pyro Archon must have possessed a level of That's correct. At first, he was a mortal man with no special power. After he ascended to the divine throne, namely a framework. By holding the pilgrimage, we're able to determine the strongest among us. And in addition, the sacred flame will grant them significant knowledge and memory of this land. After all,
So, it all comes down to the power of the divine throne and the rule. Wait, is that a family portrait?
Yes. That's my mother, father, younger sister, and the little saurians we raised. I turned a piece of my dad's leather armor into a canvas and commissioned a famous artist to paint our likeness.
Your sister is so cute! I'm always having a hard time thinking of an Archon as an ordinary person, but see, it really doesn't look like there was anything special.
A little late for that question.
Sorry! I'm so sorry!
No matter what others may say, my past is a precious part of my identity. I'm forever proud of the light. Becoming the Archon doesn't mean you sever ties with your family. My father made the most delicious... One time, we didn't close the door securely, and the saurians who were raising ran at... My sister immediately burst into tears. The two troublemakers were going for the meat, but when they saw my sister's distress, they froze on the spot. I still remember the way they...
Wow.
Isn't that what being a family is? As the Archon, I made a vow to defend this nation.
Well, what happened after?
I believe she ended up working as an architect and artist. Anyway, that's enough about me. Now that the powder is settled, place the ancient name up there, and then we'll begin.
So, the interesting part is you learn that she, well, spoilers, she was alive. She not faked her death, but she let herself die, and then somehow she resurrected herself. Hoping and praying it was at the right period of time to save Natlan.
Surely as the echoes of life resound through heaven and earth, so too shall our stories remain eternal. Ancient name.
Am I hallucinating again?
Kachina!
Huh? I'm not seeing things.
It's okay, Kachina. It's just us.
Everyone, you have to listen to me. I've been investigating the Night Kingdom this entire time, and I figured out what's wrong. The Wyup is being affected by the Abyss. I was waiting for the Wyup to send me back, but then this really strong monster came in and it almost killed me. The Wyup saved me, even though its power is weakening. So I've been hiding from the monsters while trying to find... The Night Kingdom has become a huge mess, though. I keep hearing these...
Don't listen to those sounds, Kachina. The Abyss is trying to strip you of your sand. All you need to do is stay safe and wait for it.
It's okay. I feel so much better now that I've had the chance to talk to... I've never been strong or special at all, really. So I don't blame anyone...
Well, they call her Whitey. That's why people don't like Kachina.
Just knowing you care is more than enough.
That's actually one of her... I put the criticism. She's an unreluctant hero.
Find a way back. You don't have to put yourself. You're always like this, Kachina. Now, I don't know what lies the Abyss has been feeding you, but I'll tell you something right. You're a victor of the Night Warden Wars, a hero of Natlan. All you need to do. All you need to do is place.
And they
your
do
trust in us.
downplay, like,
No one fights alone.
Ian should.
We're not leaving you
He should have
behind.
been more. It's really shitty that, you know, you don't hear much.
Looks like we've lost contact. Now comes the most dangerous part. You have to traverse. This entrance to the Night Kingdom was left behind after an abyssal invasion.
I know.
All right. Then I wish you all the best. I'll tell Koichi to be ready just in case. That face you just made.
No, I just feel bad for creating more work for her.
That's the well there for the brief thingy.
I'll go with them too, Archon. Thank you so much for your help, everyone.
Now that I've lost my power, I won't be able to provide much practical support. Eon-san, I know it's unlikely, but if you...
That won't happen.
I hope not. Be careful out there.
Because there's actually a secret chamber that they didn't show. It's in the trailer, in fact. It explains there's 6, which look, it's always more annoying than the other. Having to explain half of it because they aren't well enough. Which kind of proves to be more of an issue down the line.
So we're underneath Natlan right now? It looks nothing like Paimon was imagining.
See, there's other places that are where you go that are underneath for the story that you learn without the story.
Natlan was home to an incredibly advanced civilization ruled by dragons.
Yes.
Humans only established their own society.
So these are Saurian ruins? Wait, you mean like the element?
Yes, a really long time ago. Very few records have survived. These ruins have been abandoned for a long time. So what you're saying is, we're not in for an
No, it's going to be obstacle up.
What?
It's the pre-adventure excitement kicking in.
Of course. I'm eager to get started.
Then let's go.
By the way, that lore got entirely...
Looks like the road ends here. How should we get across?
As a professional trainer, I think you could stand to build up your endurance, Paimon.
Professional trainer? Paimon thought you were a warrior from the Collective of Plenty.
Well, that goes without saying. But I actually work as a sports coach. I provide professional guidance for many of Natlan's popular sports. And I don't just mean physical training. I design nutrition plans as well.
Ah, so basically no sugar, no soft drinks, no grilled meat.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'll be here all day if you list them out one by one. It's much faster to just focus on what's good for you. Such as? Vegetable juice. Want some? You know, Ian-san, Paimon feels like the two of us might not see eye to eye.
Really shitty part. Oh, good. He's the one that just goes straight across. You know, they don't explain that till, like, they have never explained the dragon civilization that predated.
We've fought them before. Let's go. Show no mercy.
It's like the lore that you don't see, they kind of forget exists.
Incoming! Pyroclastic surge! Try and stop me! Fulfill our pact!
Man, hell, if you don't guess it, what they say. Look, they're entirely going to subvert probably Snezhnaya and the origin of Teva. Like, basically what they think was an advanced civilization was actually ultimately subverted. What was ultimately entirely subverted by the Celestial Authority. Because they've hinted, it's kind of been hinted that the actual authority, the heavenly principles of computing, which is a theory, but then again, it hasn't been said for. I guess it's that point when you realize the stuff about the artificial sky. How does it? I don't know if it's the end of this one. How long is this? Go at the end. I'm at the end if it's. Punches through the artificial sky. I don't know if it's the end of this one. Because they say it's like, yeah, Teva had a more advanced civilization. That it's not like. It's kind of like the idea. The dragon civilization was like Atlantis, basically. Now, they got subverted. They couldn't live on New Teva, basically. Which, and there's the whole theory that the head of the Fatui that is not listed, the one with the mask, but he basically is probably Nibelung. Now, it sounds weird. Would they revisit a lot of old theories? No. For God's sakes, they've already said that the planet is apparently the new is going to be the moon, which I haven't done, I think, that yet. Sure. I mean, what's funny is they said this in Honkai Star Rails in the same universe. Or supposed universe. It's been the theory for about a while, too. Because According to HSR, anything in the universe was largely destroyed.
This is the final stretch. We just need to climb up, and we'll be there. Nothing to it.
Easy for you to say.
This must be the entrance to...
Yes.
We actually have to. Okay, Paimon just needs to psych herself up. Hey! You don't have to drag Paimon! You're pulling too hard!
Looks like we made it. This is the Night Kingdom.
Though, if you don't haven't done the story, you could explore this stuff yourself periodically.
Overflow of energy is probably what trapped Kachina here in the first place.
From this point forward, everything we know about the real world...
Paimon's more worried about how we're gonna make it out. We obviously can't.
Do you see that patch of light on the ground? It's shining down from that fissure in the sky.
Oh, yeah. Right in front of us. So that's coming from up there?
Just like I said, our real world knowledge. If this was the real world, we'd have to...
That's it? Right.
So that means all we need to do is find Kachina.
Exactly. This light is...
The terrain...
Yeah. These floating...
Those are all manifestations of abyssal power. Be careful.
Ghost! A talking ghost!
Calm down. I'm here to help. You're the ones who helped Vichama, right? Yes. I'm Vichama's friend, Malco. I was completely lost to this realm until I sensed a mysterious power calling out to me. It's like it was seeking me out, attempting to reassemble the pieces of who I used to be. Of course, it could only do so much. I'm sorry I can only appear before you in this imperfect form.
No, we should be the ones apologizing. If the Spirit Speaker Stone hadn't become corrupted by... But we had to destroy it. Otherwise, Vichama...
Of course. Thank you for protecting him. Under the power of the stone, it felt like our souls were connected. Turns out even our regrets were...
Whether in triumph or death.
Exactly. That may not be in the cards for us, but you're looking for a young girl. I'd like to help her while I'm still in this form. Be careful.
Paimon didn't realize...
Save on assets.
It's like a seething volcano ready to engulf our world at any moment.
Quick, get back here. You can't go wandering. Stick close to me. My power will be able to ward off attacks for the time being. We won't be able to keep this up. Let's try another route. This way.
Hold the line! Get to work! Let's run!
Well, I would heal, will it?
Not good. More monsters.
We shouldn't waste our time on this. Let the mountain's veins boil! Fulfill our pact!
But I really need to farm gear for Skirkaven. An actual set of it. It's a little hard to do. I get to this part at least.
Did you hear that? What? Never mind.
Don't scare Paimon!
I heard it too.
What did it say?
Doesn't matter. It certainly doesn't harbor.
Paimon just heard it too! Let's keep going. Paimon wants to get out of this place!
Oh, yeah. Fucking bleed wolves. Gotta love it. Jokes aside.
We're here, Kachina!
Oh, honey?
Looks like our reunion will have to wait until we take care of these.
Good idea. Let's go. Here goes. Hold the line. Billowing surge.
These are the most annoying enemies in the entire game. Yet the game uses them more now. By the way.
You're here. You're finally here. Thank you so much. That monster can appear from anywhere. The YF's power helps keep me hidden, so I just
had a girl.
Should we start heading back then? Actually, I can't exactly put it into words, but something's wrong with the Ode of Resurrection. And I know it has something to do with the
That was the Pyro Archon's theory as well.
In the Night Kingdom, there are 6 main totem poles, representing the... You can think of them like the body of each Waya. There are countless proxies scattered around the Night Kingdom, but if a proxy were to become severely contaminated, then a soul could become lost within the night.
Judging by the current situation, I don't think...
Still, we can't just leave the...
I agree. We might even... Getting rid of the monster might slow down the
Kachina? What's wrong?
Nothing. Just maybe we really should... No, I'm fine. Just up ahead. I'll...
Listen to me, Kachina. Look, you don't have anything to prove either. All right. The sooner we get this...
We've already come all this way.
Let's go. This way.
I was building.
I'll stay here and try to stall the Abyss monster.
All by yourself?
It's all right. I don't have much time left, so go.
Thank you for everything. You're a true hero. Does your head still hurt? Let me help you walk.
I'm fine. I'm fine. You should know I'm made of stronger stuff than that.
I gotta get out of here. She's a little bit of a whiny mess. This is being overdone. It's a little bit different.
Wyab? Wyab! I'm back! My friends and I are here to heal you. Wyab?
So we were right. The contamination is already too severe. All right, get ready, everyone. Time to purge the abyssal energy from this place.
Careful. We've got company.
Hi.
Already?
You really think that puny soul could slow me down? Courage in the face of futility is pure folly. You tried to get in my way, so I disposed.
You killed Malcolm?
You would have dispersed with or without me. You may have defeated others of my kind in the past, but underestimate me now. No, the power of the Abyss is intoxicating. The destruction it seeks, Captain. I thought this night, that is the tragedy of your ancient names. Pride, friendship. The Pyro Archon created those grandiose ideals. Don't believe me? Then ask yourself, why is the Pyro Archon strong beyond measure, while you, Kachina...
Kachina, give me your hand. Feel that?
Thanks, Moalani. You're right, because I'm not a...
You're right. But you also couldn't be more wrong.
What?
See, these people are really interesting. Like, we don't know. Like, there's a higher order in the Abyssal Order. Like, we've seen them a couple of times. Like, I think, what was it, Simaru, the first one we saw? It's the Simaru boss that you can farm. But they've been through the game for a while. There's like another one you fight as a story as well. Oh my god, I have you. Can you tell me what was the reason to bring an entire team into this place? Can I ask the question why I was like... Counts to win. Again, she does show up in meta builds so often. Like, if you don't have a certain character, nah. She was like originally in things.
Unbelievably. I'm happy too, Moalani. Together we really are unstoppable. Huh?
But her whole special moves all bounce.
My ancient name is glowing? But I thought I didn't bring it with me.
It's probably a projection from the real world. But that doesn't explain why it's glowing all of a sudden.
Wait.
That was a bold move. Diving headfirst into the fire to save your friend. Especially in a place so overrun with abyssal corruption. Still, see, everything you said was exactly right. As isolated individuals, it took years' worth of scars and lots of unnecessary suffering for me to understand that for my... The Pyro Archon's plan will unite us as what? Only then will Tupac, a warrior from the people of the Springs. I fought against the Abyss during the invasion 500 years ago.
I've heard that name before. You were the giant who saved...
Since you were able to awaken my words from your ancient name, that means you have fully embodied the aspirations of the under the name Umoja.
Me?
As long as blood still runs through your veins, even its blaze will become one with the even amid everlasting darkness. Our bonds remain eternal.
So, okay, I did not know there was a race of giants.
What's wrong, Moalani? So many memories. So that's what happened.
What do you mean? Did you just...
500 years ago, they foresaw the very crisis we're facing now.
We can go over the details once we get back. I know bits and pieces, but
This sounds like something that's going to need a...
But Abyss was slowly corrupting this realm anyways. Because they can actually stay alive by... So if names in Rebirth are kept alive by the constellations in the sky, basically the simulations are just replace the NPCs. It's been the actual theory for a while.
I hear your voice, Kachina. My dear child.
Great. Well then, I was going to ask why you bestowed an ancient name upon someone like... I'll keep searching within myself for the answer.
You are already an outstanding... You are all my most beloved children. Your ancient name is just that. A name. Much like your parents chose to name you Kachina, I also gave you a name. Focus on who you want to be. The story of your ancient name is for you to continue. Just like... It gladdens me to see the Pyro Archon's plan move another step towards completion. But it's time. Go now, my children.
I know we've never met before, Wyab, but I just wanted to thank you for encouraging.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here before things are worse.
We're out of time. It's the power of the abyss. Quick, we need to run.
You're not fucking opening that. Oh, this is plot convenience. No shit. God.
We need to hurry, or we'll be stuck here.
Jarring. That is rude.
Watch out for the falling rocks! Quick, through the middle.
Fuck.
Come on, faster! We'll never make it.
See, Inshon is basically a good character too. Oddly enough. Actually, what she does, it's like... But there is that part where I don't necessarily use 4 stars. But she's a well-designed character. Great.
You've done well. Now come home.
Someone has some explaining to do.
We're back. The pyro are... But she's not here. Yeah, didn't she say... She's still in the speaker's chamber.
So you're saying her...
Every great display of power. You must feel terrible, Kachina. Let's get back to the stadium.
I recommend getting a full checkup. Just to make...
Paimon feels okay. What about you, Traveler? Right.
Let's get going. We need to share...
Right. The what?
I'll let her explain everything. Every move we make from here on out.
Like, we just happened to get to Natlan right before the fucking end. Which is, look, it's convenient. Alright? It's about as convenient as timing ever. It's actually the God honest truth. We get here just in about time. Right.
Huh. There's a lot less.
It's good to see you all here in one piece. I know you must have a lot of questions, but let Koichi check you over first. It's best not to let any lingering effects of the abyss go on.
Thank goodness you made it back. I came here. Take a seat, everybody. I'll examine you one by one. All right. That should do it for now. I have to say, though, I've never seen anyone react to the abyss like you, Traveler.
She's always been special like that. She can even purify its power.
Given the current situation, that ability will likely play a great role.
Of course.
Thank you, Koichi.
All right, all right. Just give it time.
Yeah.
All right. There's so much to discuss, I don't even know where to begin. You've seen it for yourselves now. I'll get straight to the point. Natlan is on the verge of destruction. It's very possible our nation has less than a year before total devastation.
Huh? No.
That's right. But I've only ever disclosed that fact to the handful of people working with me to save this nation. Our looming destruction is not a recent development, but the inevitable
Mulan told us a little
500 years ago. All the nations of Teyvat were unlike the other nations. Natlan never had stable and deep-rooted ley lines, so we suffered the worst of the invasion. The battle against the Abyss was even then. It took centuries of solving the disasters caused by the Abyss, and still, this is but a superficial victory. The forces of the Abyss have merely been driven back underground. The problems plaguing the Night Kingdom are all the more complicated because that realm is essentially functioning as Natlan's ley lines. Immediately after the war, our calculations estimated that we would have a maximum of 500, but at that time, we were a nation of the destitute. Our civilization was dying, our faith crumbling, and the line of power passed down from the Wayab if we didn't bring the nation back together. So, the Archon had a long and involved discussion with the heroes of each tribe.
So that's what happened. After finding Kachina, I encountered a strange figure who gave me a since the plan was mentioned in those memories, but there's still something I don't understand. Those memories showed me the Pyro Archon from back then. And it was you.
As I mentioned earlier, she found a way to let herself die and resurrect 500 years later.
But that doesn't make any sense. The Pyro Archon is
That's right. The hardest thing for humans to overcome has a god can extend a human's life by using a certain amount. But, as we all know, Natlan doesn't have gods like that. We can only rely on our own methods. A human life is like a flame destined to be extinguished. 500 years ago, only by dying before my time could I have the chance to wake up again.
So, in other words, this is your second life?
Yes. We only managed to defeat the Abyss all those years ago because if the Natlan of the future was to have a fight, the goal was to reunite the people and restore the strength of once a tribe was back to its full strength. The tribe's Wayab would select a hero. The chosen would then stand by my
So that means I'm one.
That's right. You bear the ancient name Umoja, the same one held by the hero after your adventure in the Night Kingdom. I trust.
So in other words, you always knew who the Wayab were going to.
Yes. According to the plan, each tribe was supposed to have been fully restored by the time I awoke. The 6 heroes successfully inherited the. Once again, it comes down to the deterioration of the Night Kingdom.
Just like how the Ode of Resurrection failed.
Exactly. It's just another tactic the Abyss is using against us.
The Abyss may not possess intelligence, but if we want to unblock that information from being passed on, my presence alone isn't enough. So, I've tried my... Currently, Shalonen of the Children of Echoes, Kinich of the Scions of the Canopy, and Iansan of the Collective of Plenty have all been acknowledged by their names. During your adventure, you too earned the acknowledgement of your Wayab Mualani. In the process, you gained the memories stored with...
But we have less than a year.
Yes, but we have no choice. We cannot start the... That's also why I haven't been able to take...
But if you knew this whole time, why...
Perhaps, but the opposite could all... Just like your determination to...
So I suppose you're not going...
That's right. Their time is yet to come. Putting pressure on them beforehand will only... I can only trust. I have never believed I could solve this crisis. Natlan's salvation lies not in its archon. You're quite perceptive, aren't you?
Huh? Oh, right!
Even though I sacrificed my power, I still needed a After all, I was the one who allowed you to take that risk. And Mualani has, in addition to their sentimental value, the items I...
Yo? So back...
Yes. The stories embodied by those items are certainly important. But there's an even more significant trait they all share. Over time, they became imbued with a certain... On their own, each item's power is limited. But together, their combined effect... By burning those items, I was able to activate the contending fire stored within them to open the boundary between the two worlds.
That's interesting.
It was a rather crude approach, so all their power was depleted in an...
But weren't they all precious tricks?
That's exactly why I dragged you all here. No matter what, I never...
You have nothing to be sorry for. And then, it would only be a matter of time before the... Besides, when those heroes entrusted their belongings to me, or the Pyro Archon of their time, it was out of a desire to contribute. If they knew those items helped save the present...
Even when you put it that...
There's no need. The people and the events of the past, if you still have regrets, let them fuel your resolve in the battles to come. Your deeds will become new legends.
Well, we'd still...
Well, if that's the case, just treat me to a drink sometime. Now that Kachina has returned, we can all use the rest, that's for sure. Plus, you'll be able to silence Try not to let it get to you. It's all right. You
It's a hell of a story. Because there's something that goes back to her character. Trailer, by the way.
To sit by the hot springs and listen to the stories of warriors from all over Natlan. They attract people from all walks of life. The people of the springs have never claimed the hot springs as their own private property. They are there to bring all hot spring. It's been really nice. I've witnessed their energy, even when they cause trouble. I'm certain Mualani will become one day, when I'm no longer in fighting form. I'll come here and tell stories to all the children. So you better get busy, Pyro Archon, or I'll end up running out of stories.
She's arguably the most hated Archon. She was the least pulled Archon. Actually.
Our nation is engulfed in darkness. Our tribes stand divided, and yet you promise victory in the distant future. The Abyss is a cunning enemy. My rage will never know. But you came to me because you knew you could convince me with just a... I understand your choice. heroes of today will forge the path ahead with blood and fire. Just remember to earn us the victory we are owed. Otherwise, rest assured, I'll find a way to collect the debt. For Natlan.
Strangely enough, Urena got more pulls on her at launch. But her story is a lot better. Urena's pretty basic.
So, you're gonna head 500 years in the future to serve as a pyro archon again? But what about the you from right now?
You can't ask her those questions and expect her to answer, my dear. The decision is hers to make, and we will do everything we can, even across time. We will all...
Yeah, Mom's right. We'll all... Seriously, though? Dad should be here.
I imagine he... Just remember, no matter what happens in the future, we will always love you.
We get kind of lucky, though, because she is a Himiko. Rule 1 of any Himiko, they always die. Okay? That is a rule in MiHoYo. Any Himiko is bound for death. Now, the same is said, we've avoided it for HSR, but Himiko basically always serves a purpose to actually, when she is used correctly, because there's a whole diatribe. Himiko is an archetype. Well, I mean, the archetype that is Himiko. This is Himiko's story. You just get to see it in a shorter form of what we got in Honkai Impact. Except, because I guess Genshin's rules say she can't die, tragically as it seems in life. I mean, technically, HSR said she officially died, but not in a heroic faction. That she was reborn. Because even in this universe of Himiko, like they said, well, maybe there's a version of her and she fell into the Imaginary, so now she's in all the universes. Because in the HI3 universe, her prior life is she became the Haresher of Fire and burned away all of Australia. Which was a continent the size of Australia. They had to kill her. This is a little bit different. She put forth the plan 500 years ago to prove a point forward. Because you need the 6 different heroes. And this is what people missed with her trailer.
I know I can't live that long, but I'll think of something. There has to be a way for us to meet again one day. If there's an answer out there somewhere, I'm gonna find it. So, don't forget about me.
And a lot of the stuff is the arc that talks about the Archon War.
If that's your decision, then you have my full support, Archon.
May our children live to see such a lovely son.
For Natlan!
No one fights alone.
Because everyone remembers her initial trailer, not her actual character trailer.
Legacy. They shall grant us the strength to overcome the next tragedy.
Now they don't explain the Pyro Archon.
War forged the 6 tribes.
Who will be the one to bring this to an end?
We are the inheritors of those who grew alongside sun and wind, those who forged our own. That is Natlan's fire, the lifeblood of our nation.
Now, inadvertently, Capitano winds up saving Natlan. By the way. Which is actually the weird part. It's, I mean, I'd say if the theory of why the, like, Natlan did get saved. Because this was the weird part in the writing. It's like, oh, you only got less than a year to save, right? Well, this is like 5 months at the time. There's a lot that's like, look, they don't do Natlan justice. God, the same people I would say, if you think Natlan's terrible, let me point to you a far, far, far worse story. Yet this place is a fucking hellhole to navigate.
Hey, Koichi! You here for the victory feast too?
Oh, no. I knew Chaska would be here, so I just came to deliver some medicine. It's not that I don't want to celebrate Kachina and the others. I'm so glad she made it back.
Ah, well,
She didn't cause any trouble during...
Yeah, she was super helpful.
That's good.
Is there a reason you asked? You were pretty...
Maybe it seemed unreasonable, picking that fight with her before you left, but I did it for a reason. Her impulse to fight is extremely strong. Her mental strength helps her rein it in, but she still loses control sometimes. I had no idea what you might face in the night.
So, what you're saying is...
Okay, so maybe it sounds a little... Anyway, I'm just glad you were able...
What? Do you really...
No way. Chaska never opens up about her own... I appreciate the understand... Oh, and if you ever need a doctor, you know who to find.
Huh. Who would have thought there was a deeper reason behind the... In the end, it's all the...
I mean, granted, though, a lot of the stuff kicks off. And I think about 4?
Let's give a huge round of applause to our brave young warrior, Kachina!
Well done. Thank you.
I always knew you could do it.
You're one to talk. Don't think I didn't.
I had no choice.
Oh, really? So you weren't just trying to get...
I wasn't, I swear, when he insisted on repaying the favor.
But the fact of the matter is that after.
I'm really sorry, Kachina. It was wrong.
It's amazing that...
So,
Our team captain drank too much the night before the competition and
Alright. There's, dear friends. Firstly, I'm grateful to my friend. This traveler and her companion Paimon are some of the strongest people I've ever met. If they were allowed to participate in the pilgrimage, they've agreed to let me learn from them. And let's not forget my good friends. Moalani, Chaska, Kanich, and Ayan-san. They all helped the Traveler, and they too deserve to be called our heroes. So, please give—
Well said!
We're gonna come to find out the sibling was very involved in the past too, eventually.
How does it feel being— To be honest,
Because there's a lot with the sibling story that's been altered or changed in the last, like, 2 years, 3 years. Like, the whole crap with the Threads of Fate has been redone more than once. Well, the Threads of Fate, Loom of Fate. Hell, fuck, ignore the fact they just burnt down. Well, okay. Technically, the, burning of Idrisil.
You look like you've still got questions. Because the thought of telling them, abandon your families and you could just as easily point to— Imagine if I said, let's leave— I couldn't make them shoulder that burden with me. Besides, every generation will have its heroes, this one included. Or, of course, without me. But since I was the one who came up with the plan—
I'm suddenly remembering that portrait in your room.
Yes, it was. So when you asked me who my sister grew— From what I've been able to piece together, I can conclude with a reasonable degree of confidence that she played an instrumental role in rebuilding the scions of the Canopy tribe, designing and building many houses. Still, it was an impressive achievement. You feel lost, King. This is a war, and there can be no war without loss. The people of Natlan look to me as their archon, and the weight of their expectations is mine to bear. I must—
Yeah, doesn't that mean—
I suppose, but even if the future ends in destruction, and it's—
See, this is a line that we've been hearing a lot.
but we will never give up on our struggle. This is a pivotal moment. Well, 3, to be precise. There's one further here. Your resistance to the corrupting power of the— If you agree to join us, you will not only gain my full support in your journey—
Ancient names can—
They can. Several strict conditions must be met, but if they couldn't be forged at all, then the number of them in— Possessing an ancient name would mean that your adventures in Natlan are recorded in— The Ode of Resurrection may have temporarily lost its power, but still, just like in the Night Kingdom, I will be there for you.
Yeah, we can't—
Wonderful. We've never forged an ancient name for an Outlander before, but—
My lord, we've received word that the Pyro Archon has lost much of her power. Although your injury complicates things, this is most certainly the opportune time to seize the Gnosis.
Victory and defeat are rules, not outcomes. I have never taken advantage of an opponent in a time of weakness. As for you, I must confess, I did not expect that little trick of yours to save the day.
No matter how dense the fog, as long as the sun... you don't have much time. And you're injured on top of that.
I'm beginning to see just how useful you may turn out to be. You heard something from here, didn't you?
Sadly, I'm like way down the line. You know, inadvertently. Won't do the rest of the day. Break it up. know it's gonna suck, actually. It's not that I'm haunted by, like, oh, see, we got Romeo Dan and, like, they'll see good thing in about 15 days. I got Romeo Dan for, like, TZC to pull. But I knew this soon as this I got sealed. In one go. That was my luck for the. That was my luck for the month. Wait. Why I look at this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, 13. This is bad even on a 50-50. See, so he's exactly 14. So 60 into a rerun. Oh, and there were people who want to see Sixer. There are people who want to see Sixer. I swear. You guys will be paying that off for a while. Pick this up tomorrow. Go off to this Diablo for a bit. Ah, Dibida. Yeah. Then again, I'm probably gonna skip Vestroya. I'll probably skip the other second half of the banner as well.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the
Unless Vestroya is going to have the stupid part. See, the thing is, Sandrone is good, and I already got the lineup for Sandrone. With replacements. That's kind of like it. But I'm not gonna lie to say I'm in. Oh. When you're in an ass end of a banner, it's pretty bad. But yes. Capitano, by the way, is confirmed to have a model. He's confirmed to have a kit, too. The Crimson Witch is confirmed to have a kit, too. Capitano was tested in 5.0. As soon as 5.1 kicked off, they hinted there was going to be a playable. They pushed it off to 6. And his 6 we know was Nodcry. And he wasn't in there. Now, you're lucky that you get Nicole in there. Nicole was hinted at to be a 5. Now, the problem is, going forward, we already know who the 7 characters are for Snezhnaya. We know. Zarit's probably going to be 3 or 4. By that, I mean 4 versions. The only question is between the 7.0 banner, which will be an anniversary banner, Hopefully, a good rewarding banner that isn't so fucked over on primos. But it's going to be Stoya, is it Vishtoya, Ballerina, she's Wind, Palome on the second half. Technically, now that Paloma, can't say it. He's now mortal. Interesting enough.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens,
But yeah, I'll probably breeze through the rest of the story. The problem is a lot of this story is getting up to date because I want to say there's a lot in this story about changing fate. Like they say that people will change fate, which that's a key thing that's been forgotten about for like 2 years is changing fate. Now, the problem is, I think this is like the first time, I swear to God, it's the end of this one. Somewhere, it's one when they bust the sky up. Because this is on the heels of. Because you don't think 5.0 plays a story. Because not only does it deal with a new narrative, because they started rewriting Snezhnaya further after 5. About 5, with their plans for 5, they started rewriting it. Because the Snezhnaya we're going to get, it's going to be nowhere near what the original was. That's kind of the thing. The original Snezhnaya was going to be darker. Man. But I'm not going to lie, I've seen the cat. Look, there's a character a couple of characters I want from Snezhnaya, but here's the thing. You're going to have the question, who is the Citadel for her? We don't know. We know who is supposed to be it, but he doesn't have a confirmed model yet. He has no kit. We know Zaritza has a model, but she isn't going to be solo. And the question I look at, and I also see with Snezhnaya, is going to be who's going to be worth pulling. But here's the fucked up part. And I say this now. Like right now, Sandrone's good to pull. The Sandrone is going to be the ice and the cryo and electro. Well, I just call it ice and thunder. It makes a little better sense. Elemental. But as I said, I've had this lineup forever. Like I missed. But yeah, banner's loaded. Don't get me wrong. I just wish this wasn't all at once, you know. It sucks, by the way. Look, I'm good on claymores though. Alright? I'm good on claymores.
many insects have a
See, I'm good on claymores. See, I'm good on claymores. Actually, I want to give this to her. Okay. I have another one. I want to level this. And I want to give that to Movwika. Here's the thing. It's going to be Cryo and Electro going forward. Now, realistically, Citadel going to be needed. But she's the barrier unit. You know? I understand a lot of these are... It isn't the worst, but look, you can do what you can. Until the game officially says we get our weapons for free, I'm never quite so certain anymore. But there's no reason to C6 a character unless it's you plan to really start to use her. Any of them. C6ing a character is a fucking... Look, if she's good, yeah. The problem is... What pisses me off, too, is I actually foregoed getting C2 of her. The dream. That is the dream. But here's the thing, they keep rerunning her at the worst time. Because here's the thing. He's strong at C0. C2 is where I need her. And her banner was just a little while back. She had a rerun banner. The thing is, you don't need... Look, Linnae's definitely going to be future down the road. Here, you'll get her pretty easy. But then again, she's attack-based. Like, I need to check. Oh god, yes, I was doing him without relics. Yeah, I'm a mad person. I'm insane. That's... Yeah, I did rip all the relics off of him. But he's also largely carried by the fact he's a 3. Yeah, but a lot of the stuff is going to work with Sandrone. That's the thing. A ton will. She's really good. I just wish I could get her weapon. But see, here's the thing. She is not good. Like, I think if you could get her to E2 or C2-ish, like, she sucks. God, she sucks. Like, if you can get a 4, I've seen people talk about trying to get a C6 of her. Christ on a stick, I wish you luck. I would rather get one of her. You'd be better off. Bringing her back to the meta. Currently, yeah, there's a whole thing I can get into. Disappointment. Actually, when I mean that she is the most hated, Karina you see in lineups come back again. Right now. But let's be clear. Movwika did not get the love that Farina got. But yeah. Like right now, most of my stuff is pretty good. I just gotta eventually play every day. Again, I really have a bad habit about only playing every so often. Play a lot of this stuff. Because I put a lot of effort into getting this lineup done. It sucks, okay? Yeah. And I got him out of pity. But yeah. If it's Electro Conduit, it wouldn't surprise me if she gets it eventually. She'll get it. You know? Yeah, matter for another day. I need to level her for real. File that the same way I need to file up and level up Nouvelette eventually. But see, Nouvelette is still good. As I said, Nouvelette is still one of the best ones. So he hasn't aged too badly. I gotta redo all. Look, I gotta redo a lot of these people's artifacts. Now, at this way, I say she's pretty good. I don't think she does though. See, this is what I want. Like, she's actually worth it. I just keep forgetting to level her. Again, she's polearms though. But 6 one, half a dozen the other. But yeah, a lot of these characters do survive. I just don't use a lot of 4 stars. Not quite frequently.
Any fitness enthusiast who puts blind faith in
But the problem is I'm very short on polearms. So see, I have Alloy. I just never leveled her. Like, I have her. Name it, I probably have them. I just never use them. Did I have Bennett? You know, I am going to be forced to level him, and I never want to level him. You ask what? I have never liked Bennett. Ever. But that would solve a lot of my problems. But I'll be live later today. I gotta work through this because it's gonna take a month. As I said, hopefully, what, 70 is usually the benchmark when you actually get the character. But a lot of characters, if you get it in reruns, the problem is almost all Night Soul characters, they're all 5 stars. The story gets good after this. Now, I do hate the end. The ending is what is gonna kill me. Because I hate it. For all the good storytelling you're gonna get, oh, it doesn't hurt. It hurts, okay? But yeah, the fact I'm through 2 and then... Ugh. Ignore my character levels. Character levels, I have them more powerful. It's just I need to just eventually stop fucking around and level an entire team. I got enough experience points to go through like 8,000 tiers at this point here. You know what I mean? I could do it. I just don't got the team for it. Okay? I just don't got the teams leveled. I mean, that's 800 experience. I got enough experience probably to go up 60, 65. But I mean, granted, you gotta get your characters to like 90. I just haven't cared enough about the characters to do that. Plus, the way I play, if I skip periods, I mean... See, I'll be honest, one of the worst things in this game is the farm periods. Like, if you ever need anything, this is if you ever need anything. Here, right? It's available 1 day a week, usually, right? Let's say 1 day a week. Yet, you don't have the resin reserve, okay? That's in addition to farming scrolls. So, I've done it over time. I save my stuff for other games, actually. Sounds weird. I save it for other games. Because that's why I play a lot of the other games harder than I play this one. But yeah. I've actually, and it's kind of weird. Because keeping up with the meta in this game is kind of... It's borderline obnoxious, honestly. But yeah. It is basically... There's a fire puffin. Yeah, I'll be live later today and get through it. See, this is the area where Skirk was added. Again, I've been all over. It's just a question of staying in one place. Really. Doesn't my explorer that low? No. Apparently my explorer is too low. My explorer is only 50%. Less than that. But yeah. I should finish up Natlan later today. I'll try to be on earlier. Currently I have D4 that eats up my time, but it is what it is. Oh, I don't have 4%. First. But yeah. But yeah, I'll finish up Natlan to the other. Sure. Get back at X. Yes, well, I wound up spending a lot of my time over here because I needed Linnae. But that was part of the reason I needed to buy, so... I'll be live later today. I'm at least gonna get that done today. Apparently the Doom DLC is out too, so... Are gonna be coming out. I know it's supposed to be coming out, but I don't know when.
Right up my alley.
So I will catch people later. That one I'll finish up. I'm effectively through chapter 2. I'll be at 3. I could probably finish it in one go and it'll be a lot better. But yeah, it's definitely the story I was hoping it would be. I mean, Lunar... like, I'm hoping Nod Cry is decent. But from what I've seen of Nod Cry, I am not eager. Like, Nod Cry's story beats better be better. So, Natlan does have a lot of the deep story beats that is going forward. Because there is, like, yeah, you're trying to alter human fate. But good luck for them. Again, we've heard the same song and dance for, like, nearly, I say. I haven't explored over there yet. I don't think it's possible for me to get over there. That's what I haven't explored. See, I haven't been able to explore over there. By the way, people don't know this is the Sky Realm that uh that actually okay, if I land over here, it's gonna be fucked. I've been trying to get over to this place for a solid minute. Huh. I was really wondering on how to get over here. But apparently, that's all you had to do. But yeah, I'll be live tonight. Yeah. Hopefully better and less interruptions. You know. Nothing here. Literally nothing here, man. Jeez. Yeah, see, there's nothing here. %2 short. Above. But yeah, as I said, a lot of exploring. I took breaks. Down below, probably. That's why I say, man, a lot of this I just pure get around, but I'll be live later today. I think I'd just take time because, as I said, I had to get Linnae past 70. Then again, I wasn't expecting her to pivot. But the second half of Natlan is fine. It's good. I'm hoping, as I say. But yeah, a lot of the lore I know of it, because I know some of it is not explained fully. Now, a lot of stuff we know is about 2 years out. As I said, 2 years, you know. I said half this game is climbing. You don't think it's climbing, but it is climbing. Nah, it's above. Oh, I fucking see it. Oh, shit. I see it. Here's the thing. I should know it's above, because it is always above. Right, it's just straight every single time. You know. Goddamn. Yeah.
Show no mercy. Suffer the wrath of Eastling. Rise with the sun. Rev the engine.
But yeah. There's a lot of lore. It's like when they dropped this place, it has a lot of lore too. They didn't realize what this place was.
Hold the line.
Fulfill our pact. Yeah. Lolene, East Papa, get him.
Interesting. But yeah, I'll be live later tonight. A lot of these games, I can get lost for a while. But yeah, Natlan's gonna be fun to finish.
Not bad. It's all yours.
But yeah, there's a lot of little stuff. 7 years worth of shit really to do if you're gonna be technical. Depending on where you start and you are. Never mind. But I'll be live tonight. I'll finish it. Story, yeah, but the latter half of Natlan's not as bad. I mean, I've already have all the teleportations unlocked and everything else. But a lot of the lore in between, there's a lot of stuff you're not seeing in the story. Because the problem is half the lore in this game is in the books. They're in. They're all in the books. What they're under. There's a whole bunch of like lore entries, and they're all tied to the books. And it's what people have basically theorized for a while. But these. If you really, really go around collecting them, if you go around collecting the books, the various different actual lore books, and I think they finally put them in one little tab, you learn a lot about the game. But yeah, I'll finish the rest now, but I'll do it. All the names, nobles. Ugh. Got so much to do over here. But yes. See, Diablo 4 is I'm going to go off and do that. I am up later and do it. It's just I gotta finish it. Fuck. Sadly, a lot of these quests aren't exactly worth finishing. So, I work on them in my own due time. And it's probably better off not to have it. But see, now, sadly, I need about a bunch of primos. The problem is 40 isn't going to cover it. But yes, I'll be live later. I could just get that done. Go to the show. I can. But yeah. Natlan is where I'll finish up. I already have most of this area done. See, I got all the antidotes. I have all over. Look, I have crap all over this place I haven't done. What can you make?
Oh, hey. Well,
See, the thing is, you wind up with a bunch of these.
Really? All right. Oh. Legends speak of even as he bravely lived on the blubber beast had never. And just like that, the diver also adored the blubber beast. So.
See, a lot of this is like the good part.
Good boy. The blubber beast. And that. Oh, don't be sad. Oh. Once.
See, you have so much if you just let this be. Like, for. See, this was a fun part about. See, this was the fun part about Fontaine. By the way. All of this. Fontaine, you could swim and explore. But the Archon quest was shit. And I will be live later today. Goal of this month is to get through it. I do need to log in and seriously burn off my resin. Somehow, some way. I've just been way too lazy. Then again, Genshin's the one I play casually. I like it for the story, because it has a story good to a point. Natlan I like, because Natlan works. But there is some dumb parts of Natlan. The latter part starts getting stupider. But I'll get to that later today, because the moment you move into Capitano's story, because there's the part that you get into Capitano. What is Capitano's true goal? Because there's a lot of crap. Because a lot of the stuff with the Fatui has been rewritten in the last 2 years. The goal of fighting fate. Oh yeah, I think Natlan's where they talk about with the death of the Hydro Archon, they were gonna tell fate to go fuck itself. But then again, we have the stupid shit in Nod Cry that the heavenly principles don't give a fuck. Oh, but Snezhnaya, the one that goes down and destroys everything, is going to go fuck with Tsaritsa and possibly destroy Snezhnaya. Yeah, that's incoming. There's so much with that one we're not sure about. But I'm surprised she hasn't done it already. I'm actually surprised she hasn't done it already. Then again, I'll be back later today. Yeah, there's a lot in the trailers too that they don't mention. And a lot of the speculation with Snezhnaya is going to be answered when it comes out, hopefully. But if it's as vague as Nod Cry is, you open up more questions than answering stuff, that's going to be the problem. But then again, wishful thinking is wishful thinking. But yes, latter half of Natlan will be later today. I should be able to get through most of the story. Well, good. I see the story up till now, as I've explained it, is actually very good. But there's going to be parts that the ending of Natlan is just criminal in the story. All right, we're live tonight. I was hoping to just get that one little part done. The details. Usually when I get bored, I do it. I think this is the one that you have to unlock for... Let me see. This is the one you have to unlock for... But yeah, I'll be live later tonight. Cause yeah, Natlan, I'll have that chapter down. Cause Natlan is gonna get finished. Yes, I have quests every day. So I'll be live try about 6:30 or 6 to 9. So yeah, I'd be running around here for ages. Not intentionally. But it is how it works. Alright. So, Natlan will be finished up. If you go back further, I'm through at least chapter 3. See, now I at least gotta get the parts. I'm just gonna see, cannot wait to deal with a stupid part. And I need to go track down this dungeon.